I'm here. You just can't see me yet. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Horse Syndicate Discourse. This is Ray, and tonight we are talking about a movie that people are gonna be like, "That's not a fucking horror movie." Well, I just watched it, and it may not be a horror movie, but it has a lot of the elements that come along. You've got somebody coming back from the dead. You've got a gothic cityscape. You've got the Crow itself. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, you got these guys raping and killing people, setting fires. It takes place on Halloween, basically. How much closer can you get? So we're going to talk about the Crow. If you can't tell, if you didn't see the beginning, and honestly, we decided to talk about this before they released those images of the 2024 reboot of the Crow. So we will get to talk about our reactions and people's overreactions and whatever you want to call it. We got images and such to talk about. But first, of course, we will talk to our illustrious crew. Seth isn't here yet. Not sure what's going on with Seth, but we do have Jared. How the hell are you, man?
What's up, man? Long time.
Yeah, too long. I miss your face.
I miss yours.
I wish we could just go cheek to cheek and dance the night away, but we got to do a show.
Yes. Maybe later.
Maybe later. Let me ask you, The Crow, not the new thing. This movie, people are going to complain more than likely, or not, but kind of borderlines. It really like walks the line of between horror and superhero and fantasy. What do you think about this one as far as being able to talk about The Crow?
Kind of like you mentioned in your intro, there are some fine details that you can kind of squeeze into the horror genre for sure. As I was rewatching it today myself, I kind of wondered how borderline this is, but it does cross many different genres, as you said. Um, Definitely the way the movie's shot. It's very gritty, dark. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it's was meant to be shot that way, obviously, and some of the deaths were pretty good. I mean, that's always a good bill in my book.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I agree. I think it covers a couple of different genres and leans horror esque.
I do too. There's a lot of terrifying visuals in this movie, and even like with the idea of revengeance or revenge or whatever they are calling it, Batman's vengeance. So it kind of goes along with that Batman area, and there's a lot of horror elements. And I'm going to ask Nate the same question. I know he's been listening. Nate, what about you, man? Well, welcome to the show, by the way. Uh,
Mhm.
what do you think about this one? Kind of living on the edge there, like Steven Tyler would say.
Yeah, it fits in the horror. I mean, essentially he's the living dead.
Right.
He's a zombie, uh, and it's a violent vengeance film or story. Um, and we've even talked about how Batman kind of lives in a blur of horror genre. I mean, so much of Batman was inspired. The Man Who Laughs inspired the Joker, and
Right.
the Batman is supposed to be turning the fear onto the fearful and using horror tactics, dressing up like a monster. Um, the Crow is a monster. He shows up. They can't hurt him, and he's laughing at them. Like he's mocking them.
Yeah.
He's because he's immortal and he's got all the power. And yeah, I think it's not a superhero movie. He's not a superhero. He's a he's a he's an anti-hero. I mean, he's
Yeah.
murdering people. he's
Right.
he's acting out. The Crow has given him this power to put things right, to set things right. So he's an avenger or a revenger, but he's not you know Iron Man or Spider Man or
No.
He's somewhere in that Rorschach Batman area, but supernatural.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. It's it when I was younger and as I've gotten older, I didn't really do it, but because my Crow movies are not in the horror room, but I always did consider this kind of a horror movie, kind of a. I knew it was based on a comic, of course, with James O'Barr, but like I kind of like the things that he's doing to these people are he goes further than what Batman would ever do. First of all, but at the same time, there's a lot of characteristics, as we've said, that remind you of Batman a little bit. Plus, that face paint is striking.
It's always confused me how no one ever says Alice Cooper.
Yeah,
it's Alice Cooper's
right.
makeup. Only Alice has the frown instead of the smile.
Yeah,
but the eye makeup is the same as Alice Cooper's.
No more Mr. Nice Guy, I guess.
But it's supposed to be like the theater masks that he has in his apartment.
The what is it? The
drama and comedy.
Yeah. The mask of tragedy and the mask of comedy, or something like that.
Yeah, tragedy and comedy. Yep.
Yeah, that's really cool. That's one of the things I liked about. He actually inspired one of my villains for one of my characters because of the mask. Because I was always quite taken with the look of the Crow. I actually painted my face like the Crow, like when I was 14, right after I saw it. Me and a buddy, he came over and we were like hanging out, and I found my mom's leather coat. She had this black long leather trench coat. And I put it on. I was like, "Yeah, I'm the Crow." He's like, "Oh, we should paint our faces." So we did, and we got a bunch of pictures of us just with short hair and we had the Clooney cut back then. You remember the Clooney cut?
Oh yeah.
And then we had the Crow makeup on. My sister actually did it for us, so that was pretty cool. It was acrylic paint, so it made our faces really stiff. We didn't know any better, but it was fun. I'll have to see if I can dig those up.
Yeah, it's amazing how far it stretched. Like my wife was just so happens. I guess Sting fought his last match this week.
Oh, really?
And he took on the whole Crow persona, and it was like I said that was so weird because like Sting was like this big name. He was a huge established star, and then he just transformed into this copycat of the Crow.
Well, we went from the neon colors,
to
the black leather coat, the white, But
it was just odd that like it was like if Hulk Hogan all of a sudden decided to be Batman in the ring, like
I mean,
NWA, because Sting was big before he wasn't like it wasn't like a new gimmick to try to find to kind of make it like Stone Cold going from the ringmaster to Stone Cold or something. He was Sting. He was just odd that someone of his stature in the business would transform into a carbon copy of an established. And then there's other talking about wrestling. I said, well, Raven was kind of like the Crow in some ways from ECW.
I don't think I know who Ray. I'm not in like the '90s. I was into wrestling for sure, so I remember that transformation. But I'm not a big wrestling guy otherwise. Raven sounds familiar though.
Raven was kind of like grunge era, but he would come, he's naming stuff out there, Edgar Allan Poe, quote the Raven nevermore, and he would come out and he would be angsty and he would sit in the long black hair, and it was definitely some Crowish. He didn't paint the man, he didn't look like Crow like Sting did, but there was he's called himself Raven. It was around that time. Or right.
What's the big difference between a Crow and a Raven? Really, I honestly don't know.
They use ravens in the movie. No, there actually aren't any crows in the movie. They
do.
Yeah, it's a raven.
And no one can tell.
I think their beaks are longer, and I think they're actually larger than crows. Maybe they don't train crows. I don't
know. So before we get into discussing the movie, they released some photos of Bill Skarsgård as the Crow for the 2024. Is it this year? I guess it is this year. It's coming out. I think
it's supposed to come out this year.
Yeah.
I don't think it'd be in the mag because the pictures are from like Vanity Fair or GQ or something, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so.
Usually that they won't do that unless it's about to come out. Like a few months. Probably a summer movie.
These are a couple of images. I just grabbed a couple of them, and this set the internet ablaze. It did.
Yeah.
It only lasted for a day though, because right after that, James Gunn released the pictures of the Superman symbol, and that changed. Like the conversation on my feed went from this to that. So,
Yeah.
the one thing that I was very quite taken by this is the nipple tattoo of a woman's eye. I think that's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. I should like every person that shared that. I shared a close up of that tattoo on their post.
And
Let's
his
get to-
his left nipple is a lot more prominent than his right one
It
too.
really is. I mean, that woman's got to love that. So, a couple things I want to mention. First of all, this is Eric Draven,
Hmm.
and I think that's where the problem is.
Yeah.
If it was another version of The Crow, like 2, 3, and 4, those movies, I think it'd be fine. But I believe this is from the comic, and the hair is somewhat similar, but like
Yeah. Like the original Crow design was based on the goth rockers at the time.
Yeah.
Peter Murphy from Bauhaus and Robert Smith from The Cure, and his body was inspired by Iggy Pop's figure, like his very distinctive body. And
he's kind of got that going on. He's skinny as Iggy Pop.
and Curtis from Joy Division, like James O'Barr was a Joy Division fanatic. I'm The Cure, and so what I see when I saw this, I as soon as I saw, oh shit, man, they're gonna fucking hate this.
Yeah.
And but at the same time, I thought, well, Eric Draven is a rocker. In the comic, he was just a mechanic. I mean, that was a movie thing.
Mm-hmm.
He is a rock star, and he looked like a goth guy because it was created in 1981 when goth was, and James was into that.
Almost more punk looking anyway.
Yeah, very punk, and very Japanese too. Like the Japanese anime art style that he had. But Brandon Lee's didn't look like the comic, not really, because that was a goth thing. He kind of has a mullet. He kind of has that spiky hair. Brandon looks more like the grunge or the hair metal guys.
The Crow of his time.
Of the 90s. 94 would have been like grunge. It would have been Nirvana and Pearl Jam and
this is reminiscent of Jared's hair we just talked about.
Yeah.
But
and if you look at guys today in the music business, they've got these face tattoos and they've got the mullet. They're a lot of people said what's his name, Machine Gun Kelly, and then Post Malone and guys like that. So it kind of fits the time, and that's what always is a problem with remakes or new versions is they're making it for a new audience, and the old audience hates it. But like, this is kind of how a lot of the icons or music people of the present look. This is for them. This is his generation. It's not my generation. This is 2024 Eric Draven, who's supposed to be a musician, I guess. And I think the big
SoundCloud rapper.
I think the biggest problem is that we've already seen this with the fucking Suicide Squad movie. And it's hard to disassociate that with Jared Leto, it's weird that no one said, wait a minute, people really negatively responded to the Jared Leto Joker shit. Why are we going to do that? Why would we do that? I don't know why. I don't know who decided, well, I think they'll like this. They'll go with this. Like, no. I haven't seen many people like excited about it. I've seen some people like I think Bill Skarsgård is really fucking good. And he's just as good an actor as Brandon Lee, if not better. And
probably better.
Probably
honestly.
better. Yeah, probably better.
Probably better.
And I don't know this director's work. I mean, he could be a shitty director. This could be a shitty movie. I'm going to give it a chance because I like revenge stories. I love The Crow.
And that's what we do anyway. We give things a chance.
And I'm not going to hate it because of a look. I was totally open to Jared Leto's Joker. I didn't hate his Joker. I felt a lot of it was cut and he didn't really get to shine. Everything felt incomplete in the movie. And from what I understand, a lot of his shit was cut. But I didn't think he was terrible. You take on an iconic character it's just a big task. And the Joker, I mean, anybody following Heath Ledger and Heath had to follow Jack Nicholson, and everyone doubted Heath. And some people still don't like Heath Ledger. You know, they think it's overrated. But
I think it's overrated, but I do like it.
yeah, so I don't know. I'm willing to give it all a chance because I mean, it exists. It exists whether I like it or not.
Yeah, exactly. THS stands for the Horror Syndicate. That's the name of the channel. Yeah, Jared, what were your reactions and thoughts on this?
I mean, I think I said to you guys in the chat, it kind of looked like a Machine Gun Kelly knockoff when I first looked at it.
Yeah.
And then Nate brought up a good point. I mean, it's the way a lot of, pop stars look these days. Face tattoos and tattoos everywhere. So it's not really a taboo thing.
No sweat. Don't worry about it.
Well, now I don't feel stupid.
Yeah, don't feel stupid.
That's not how you spell the.
You're right.
The discourse.
Yeah, I mean,
I definitely think they could have chosen a different picture to bring that about, and maybe I don't know, maybe just a facial picture, and then kind of let that show itself off later. Either that, or they were just trying to do that right at the beginning, so you knew what to expect.
yeah,
Marketing wise, I figured you were going to give them a little less.
I think this movie is doomed to fail because people are already bitching about it. And he's got an eyebrow tattoo, he's got a sideburn tattoo, he's got. I honestly don't understand the face tattoo thing. I don't understand why you'd have that on your face forever.
Yeah. Lullaby and whatever.
Yeah, sorrow I think is one.
I was wondering, it looks like his sideburn. It looks like Japanese character. So I'm wondering if it's like a Seven Samurai thing because in the comic, Eric asks Gabriel, his cat, "Have you ever seen the Seven Samurai?" And then he goes off and uses a samurai sword in the next kill. I'm hoping, but at the same time, I'm hoping that the movie follows more of the comic book and isn't doing Alex Proyas's film. I mean, the comic was a lot more gritty, a lot more horror based in some ways than the film. The film, going back and watching the film this week, I've seen it a bunch of times, but now having to really think about it, like wow, I could see so much influence. And I don't know if Alex would own up to it, but there were things I started to notice. Of course, the movie felt like Tim Burton's Batman in many ways.
Yeah.
There's definitely some Batman influence. Even like the finale being at the cathedral. I was like, God damn, man, it feels like the end of Batman. And then Top Dollar quotes Jack Nicholson where he says, "Nice outfit." That's what Jack Nicholson said when he saw Batman for the first time. But there's also what I noticed a lot of John Woo in it, which had to happen because John was but the trench coat, like Alex was talking about. Oh, we came up with the trench coat for this and that, and I'm like, but Chow Yun-fat wore the black trench coat in Better Tomorrow and a few of the. I think he wore it in The Killer.
The trench coats look cool anyway.
Yeah, they look cool anyway, but also just the whole shootout scene feels like a John Woo double gun shootout. But the thing that made me really think of John Woo was the scene where the kids are trick-or-treating and he's laughing, and they pass him. He sees the kids. I think they're trick-or-treating and he's laughing, and the way it freeze frame, it kind of slow-mo and then freeze frames. Total John Woo thing. John Woo did that shit. As soon as that happened, I'm like, oh, that's fucking John Woo right there. So I started to notice all these little things, and also not just Batman, but Edward Scissorhands, things like that. They're just these parallels, which oddly enough, I found out that's who James O'Barr wanted to play the Crow. He wanted Johnny Depp to play the Crow.
I could see that for sure.
Yeah, and that would have been good. I know River Phoenix was offered it and turned it down, and Christian Slater was offered it and turned it down.
Christian Slater could have been good too, actually. I want to say one more thing about this before we move on. Honestly, I think if this weren't everyone's attached to Eric Draven as in the movie, more than the comic book, of course.
Yeah.
And I think that's why everybody's so upset. If this was just a sequel, they probably still shit on it, but probably not as hard.
If he just looked like that, I mean, I think they just wanted to make it their own. Really like the Crow is so iconic looking. Just like when they did Joker, like, do you make him look like Jack Nicholson and Cesar Romero, or let's make him more of a punk, which is what they did.
Paint over the mustache. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, the funny thing about that is, like, ever since he was Pennywise, I thought he's a good actor. He's a great actor. I think he's getting better and better every time I see him. I always said I could see him as the Joker, and it's funny now he's got that parallel.
Plus, he's supposed to be big, right? From what I understand, like Eric in the comic, a woman says he was 7 feet tall.
Yeah, I think it's pretty tall.
Yeah, and he's 6'4", I think, or 6'4", 6'5". So we're gonna have a guy who's. I mean, they wanted Momoa too. He almost played him, right? He was about 6'4", 6'5".
Yeah, was he going to play Draven though, or a different one?
I think he was playing Eric Draven. So we'll get it'll be a different presence, definitely, than Brandon. I don't want anybody replicating Brandon. That's what I remember when I saw the City of Angels. I'm like, why did they go out and get a guy and just make him look like Brandon Lee?
Vincent Perez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, his hair wasn't as long.
No.
But he basically looked. It's very similar to Brandon.
Yeah, they were dressed. I mean, that's where the next two did not look like Brandon Lee at all. They're Eric Mambius and, of course, Edward Furlong. Fantastic. Crow fan. So yeah, anyway, let's get on to the movie itself. We kind of got our start talking about the similarities to Batman and the Tim Burton. I mean, first of all, there's the Crow does look like a Tim Burton type character that you'd see in any of his movies. I mean, he's dressed very similar to Edward Scissorhands.
And Tim Burton basically looks like Robert Smith.
He does.
And the thing is, like, the comic was before Tim Burton was doing it. Tim Burton was like working for Disney at that time. Maybe Vincent had come out. Maybe his little short animated movie. Like, it's long before the Batman, because the book was published in 1989, but he started drawing it and writing it in 1981. It took like 6 years to do because it was so painful to do it because of what inspired it.
Yeah,
I'm sure most people watching know the story.
I don't.
You don't know the story of James LaBarge?
No.
Well, he grew up kind of in orphanages. He was kind of a lonely person, and he met this woman, this girl, and they were engaged. He was in love. It was everything, and she was killed by a drunk driver.
Oh shit!
And he joined the Marines. I think he may have joined the Marines before she was killed. So dealing with the pain, he came up with this comic book. And he read a story about a couple who were murdered for a $20 engagement ring. So he kind of took the two. But because that's why it's so poetic and heartfelt, because it was inspired by his own pain of losing the love of his life.
I did not know that. I'm not never really got into the comics at all. Like, so I can't sit here and say I'm a big fan of the Crow because of the comics. I know that it's based on a comic book character, but my first introduction, just like most of the world, probably was the movie in '94, and then of course it came with the baggage, if you will, of Brandon Lee being killed on set. Of course, everybody knows about that, which another parallel to the Joker in a way. With Heath Ledger dying. Not on set, but months before The Dark Knight was released.
And his dad
it's another
dying young.
Bruce Lee, yeah. It's insane. Crazy stuff. But yeah, I think for me, The Crow came at the right time I was 14. Actually, I think I was 13 when I came with. I was around that age, 13, 14, and I was getting into the grunge scene. But at the same time, I was a huge Dracula fan, and the goth. There's a lot of gothic elements, especially in the set design of this movie, that really kind of helped, like not helped me, but spoke to me, and the fact that it was very dreary every time that it was raining damn near all the time.
Yeah, my dad. I remember my dad took me, and he said he told my mom about it. And he said,
Mhm.
I think there was only one scene in the whole movie where it was sun, and it was the part where she's making breakfast for Sarah, when the mother is trying to change her ways. Everything else, he said it's all raining or dark or dreary.
Yeah, it is. I mean, even when Tony Todd goes to the grave, it's kind of dreary, And honestly, I noticed something today that I didn't notice before. Is that grave looks like it's straight up. It doesn't look like dirt. It looks like ash. Which I don't know if that was intentional or if it's just the color was wrong or what. But yeah, the Crow came at the right time for me, and I really liked it. There was no Batman coming at the time. We got another year before another Batman movie, and it kind of was a different kind of vengeful spirit type movie that I'd never seen before, and I really embraced it. It's not like I know a lot of people love this movie, and I do, but it's not like one of my favorite movies I've ever seen. But did it?
Yeah, when they that's one of the stunt. That's one of the doubles for him. There's like maybe 4 or 5 scenes where there's a double, and that's one of them. My wife's like, they didn't show his face. I'm like, yeah, that was the double. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's true. When he hugs her, he's standing in the window. Yeah, it came out at a perfect time for me. It was my day after my birthday in '94. I just turned 18. That's when it came out.
Yeah, I wasn't 14 yet because my birthday's right after yours.
Yeah.
So
he was about to be.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, me and my buddy Chris and my dad went and saw it, and it changed everything for me, really. I had this perfect storm.
Well, first of all, you said '94 was an influential year in film for you. I mean, Clerks, The Crow.
It was that summer.
Pulp Fiction.
Right after The Crow, I was introduced to the Reservoir Dogs, and then I saw Natural Born Killers, and Pulp Fiction came out that year, Clerks and Dazed and Confused, all this stuff, and John Woo movies and all that shit, all kind of compiling there. But also, The Crow, but like in my own work, because my goals in life were to be a comic book artist at that time. And I was drawing comic books and writing comic books since I saw Batman in '89. And so everything I was doing was very Marvel, DC-ish. It was all Batman, Spider-Man, X-Men influenced. And that's what I thought comic books were. And then I saw The Crow. And I went, wait a minute. The movie was, I didn't see the comic book before the movie, but I did know of the comic because of like Wizard Magazine. I'd see that images from The Crow in the Wizard Magazine or something.
I missed that magazine.
And it always looked interesting, but it's not like you saw The Crow everywhere at the stores and all that. You had to go seek it out. But I just remember that like with seeing The Crow, I was like, wait a minute, this is what comic books can be other than superhero stuff. I didn't know you could do that, and it fit into all the stuff that I was into, which was like being Quentin Tarantino and John Woo and Leon the Professional and all this kind of cool stuff like that. And then I went to it was my freshman year in college, like that summer, and I picked up Frank Miller's Sin City, the first graphic novel. And I was like, oh shit, you could do urban crime thriller in your comic book. And that's when I created my book, The Malevolent. And that's what I did for like the next almost 20 years. Working on that book.
Why don't you make that into a movie?
I'd love to, but I never had a budget to do it. I mean, I pulled this up. This is the first trade paperback I did of it, which you could definitely see a Crow influence on it. And I showed James O'Barr when I was his neighbor at Fandom Fest one year, about 10 years ago. And I'd like to, but I think it's such a big story that I would need a TV series. Because I tried to adapt it into one film, and it was like, there's no fucking way.
Do you have any more copies of that?
they're all gone. This is like the
Oh
only
my
copy
God.
I have.
I'll read it.
I kick myself because I don't have.
Well, you still have all the files, don't you?
Maybe, probably on like
No.
floppy disks.
Oh,
We're talking about this is like early 2000s
oh my God.
when I published this shit. So
Time to dust those off. See if you can find them.
yeah, I mean, I'm looking through and I'm like, God. It's funny because I'm thinking the same thing when I showed this to James O'Barr. He looked at it and he looked at me and said, "You got better." He ain't fucking lying.
Wow, he really gave it to you, huh?
That's what he said. I'd say he was fun. He he did it because that's kind of how he was. Like but we had a blast because we talked about art and drawing and we really clicked with that. And he actually said something like that he might hire me to do some artwork for him because he didn't really get to draw the comics anymore because of he was mostly writing them. But he talked about maybe getting me to draw one of the Crow books or something coming up that he was planning. But yeah, it was fun. And like the last day, I said, "I'm sorry to be a geek and fanboy, but can I get a picture with you?" And he said, "Absolutely not." Oh. And of course he did. But he's just that type of dude, you know.
I've met him before. He was super nice, and I met him in 2017 or 2018 at a convention. It was sad seeing him though, because nobody went to his booth. He was like in eye vision of my booth. You know, like an eye line or whatever, my booth, and nobody went over there. I went over there. I was like, "Hey,
wow.
Man, I'm a fan of the Crow, and I dig what you created." And he's like, "That's nice of you." And then he said, "Straight up, this con blows." I was like, "Yeah."
Some of them are like that, though. Yeah, some of them are like that. Like, but funny thing is, the first time I wanted to meet him, I couldn't. I was in Chicago. I was there to meet Robert England for the first time.
Yeah.
And Comic-Con was going on across the road. So me and my wife went over there to kill time. And James was sitting at a booth, and I had some artwork I wanted to give him. And they were about 8 goth kids hovered around his booth, just talking to him. And I could tell like he was just being nice, but they never left. We kept going back, and they would all still be there. And like they were just consuming his booth. I couldn't get to him. And I stood there for a while, and they never fucking moved. And he was too polite to say, "Hey guys,
move along."
They just hung out there.
Got a line here. Got a line.
Yeah.
Chris Claremont's like that too. Just throw that out there.
Oh, Claremont's. I met him. He's I gave him an issue that I had Jim Lee, and Scott Williams sign. And he looked at it, he flipped through it without saying anything. Then he looked and goes, "Jim was a pretty good artist, but I preferred Silvestri."
Really?
And at that time, I didn't know that him and Jim didn't really get along because Marvel started to let Jim decide what the stories would be because Jim didn't want to just draw whatever Chris wrote.
God, that's insane.
So I could tell the bitterness when I met Chris.
So, I've decided if James O'Barr ever comes back, I'm gonna find some of the comics and read them. That way, I can actually talk to him. And I got 4 issues of the original run signed, but that's cool. Yeah, because I obviously would have gotten something signed if I could have, but alas, I didn't.
I got something really cool. Last time I saw him, he had painted a still from Taxi Driver. This is my favorite film, and he had watched it. He had watched it like that earlier that month, and he just said, "I just felt like painting something." So it's like Travis in the hallway during the finale, and then he painted a watercolor of it and had prints of it. So I got that one signed.
That's pretty cool. I would like, what the fuck?
Which there's a lot of Taxi Driver in The Crow, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I got something under my chair. Hold on. Like I said, I was cleaning this up, and
don't let it get you.
I made a bigger mess when I was cleaning up than it was when it was. Anyway, all right. Jesus Christ, it made me break out. It's hot in here because we turned the heat off and shit. It got warm today, so it's hot up in this room. It's the hottest room in the house. Anyway, So let's talk about the movie itself. I know, well, Jared. What about you? We talked about our first react. I mean, this movie was it was inspiring. Also, that's another thing I wanted to say. But Jared, what about you? When did you get to see this one, and what did it do for you as a fan?
I definitely didn't see it right when it first came out because I was probably like maybe 11 when it came out. But yeah, I probably would have saw it towards the late end of the 90s, probably before City of Angels came out because I remember buying that soundtrack because I think the soundtrack was probably better than the movie itself.
It was. You're not wrong.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to remember exactly how I felt that long ago. It's honestly a movie I've probably only seen less than 10 times, probably. So it's kind of hard to describe how I felt initially when I first saw it. But I think what made me gravitate to it was all the stuff surrounding the film. And when they started coming up with this idea of a curse in the Lee family, and I'm a huge Bruce Lee fan anyway, so I mean that's probably the first thing that got me to watch it, was trying to figure out if you could actually see the scene in the movie where he got shot. Like I don't even know if they cut it completely out or what, but that
Did
was
they?
It's the scene where it's the flashback where they murdered them in their apartment is when it happened. And from what I understand, Fun Boy wasn't supposed to shoot him. They came up with that on the day, or that like Alex came up with that. I don't know if they were supposed to just push him out the window or stab him or whatever, but they decided that they were going to have him shoot him. And yeah, Michael Massey, unfortunately. And I found out that Iggy Pop was supposed to play that part, and he couldn't do it. And then he got the part in City of Angels. But I was like, man, Iggy Pop could have been the guy that shot Brandon Lee.
Damn. Yeah, that's wild to think.
Which would have made a lot of sense. Yeah, I forgot Iggy Pop was in the City of Angels. I haven't seen that one forever.
And Thomas Jane's in that too, isn't he? Mm-hmm. One of the bad guys.
I do remember that because I love Thomas Jane. Yeah, well, the City of Angels is very forgettable, but Jared's right. The soundtrack is fantastic.
Oh, all three of the Salvation soundtrack's really badass too.
I don't remember Salvations as well, but The Crow. Well, it's the funny thing that what attracted Reynolds to The Crow when I was watching it earlier was the Stone Temple Pilots song. I can't think of the name of it offhand. You know what I'm talking about, though. Yeah, he's like, wait, I know that song. I'm like, yeah, this is the mid '90s. This sums up the the 1994 right here, man. Yeah. This was when they started making movie soundtracks better than the movies at times.
Yeah, it's true. Like 94, just 94 alone, some of my very favorite soundtracks came out. These Clerks, I love the Clerks soundtrack. Pulp Fiction, The Crow,
good, yeah.
Natural Born Killers, and 11:45, which is not a well-known movie, but yeah, right in that area. Like Judgment Night came out the year before. That was a great. Like when people talk about '90s
that was
soundtracks,
a great soundtrack.
Oh yeah, man. When people talk about '90s soundtracks, it's usually like Judgment Night, The Crow.
I don't remember the Judgment Night. The movie's good. I don't remember the soundtrack though.
Oh, the soundtrack was like a blend of like hip hop and rap and metal blended together, and like of course, Anthrax and Public Enemy had done it, and Aerosmith and Run DMC, but this was like Ice-T and Slayer and Cypress Hill and Sonic Youth and De La Soul and who were they with? Teenage Fan Club.
Yeah.
And Onyx.
Biohazard was with somebody.
Biohazard and Onyx and House of Pain and Helmet.
Oh my God, Helmet. Wow.
It's a fucking great album.
That's another movie I need to rewatch. I know Seth is huge on Judgment Night.
I love that movie.
I remember watching it. I've talked about this before, and The Crow falls into this category for me anyway. Yeah, like, and Jared, you weren't here when we got to talk about that, but like I've watched movies, and after I was so pleased with the movie of like, damn, that movie was amazing. I need to watch it again. And Judgment Night was one of those movies because I'd rented it on a VHS. My mom rented it for me. She'd just find movies at one of our local grocery stores and pick them up for me because she thought, you might like this one. I'm like, what makes you think that? And I watched, I'm like, holy shit, But that was actually the same way I saw The Crow. But like I remember watching Judgment Night, like, God damn, this was so good. I need to rewatch it again. The Crow was the same way. I was like, holy cow. I popped it. Well, I didn't pop it back in. I hit the rewind button and watched it all over again. You know, there's not many movies that I can do that with.
I'm seeing some connections here because we brought up Judgment Night, which was directed by Stephen Hopkins, who directed The Dream Child.
Elm Street 5, yeah.
But did you know that Alex Proyas was offered Nightmare on Street 5?
Really?
To direct? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, he was a music video director, and The Crow was his debut, but he was offered to direct Part 5 of Nightmare on Elm Street. He said, "I don't want to do sequels. I want to do an original thing."
Oh, Christ.
Sorry, but the other connection is David Shaw wrote the Crow script, and he wrote one of the early drafts for I think either Freddy's Dead or Dream Child. I think he won. It seems like he's the one that wrote the one where Freddy's like getting beat up by the kids that go into the dreams and beat him up because he's weak.
You beating the rat? Or?
Well, like Freddy's really weak and he's stuck in the dream world, and like the kids like go to.
Yeah. Okay, the dream lovers.
Yeah, something like that. I think David was the one that wrote that script, and he was one of the splatter guys. I was talking about splatter.
Is he the one with the mustache, black hair pulled back? Okay, yeah. I remember that guy.
Splatter punk. I was talking about Jack Ketchum and Edward Lee and Raymond. Yeah.
They talked about that in the Never Sleep Again documentary.
Yeah, they brought all those guys in the right treatments or pitch stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of connections. I think Judgment Night's a horror movie in many ways.
Is that streaming? Because I'd like to. I don't own it. Otherwise, I'd just watch my DVD or Blu-ray.
And you can
unlike Drive, which I own, by the way.
And you could almost take in the movie, Top Dollar is more. In the book, T-Bird was kind of the leader of the gang. Oh
my God!
David Patrick Kelly played. But
yeah, I didn't realize it till today that T-Bird is Sully from Commando.
Oh, Commando.
I'm watching it. I'm like, that fucking guy looks familiar.
It wasn't me. It was them. It was the Warriors.
Right,
Warriors.
That whole point, that part in the movie when he's like, nobody comes back or no one comes back or whatever. I'm like, where have I heard that? And then all of a sudden, in my head pops, that's right, Matrix. You said you'd let you kill me or whatever it was. I'm like, that's fucking Sully. Oh my God.
But like the gang, the character that Dennis Leary plays in Judgment Night is kind of like that gang could be the gang in The Crow. Like there's some similarities. I think.
Fired Up gang.
Yeah. Which I remember really being fascinated by that world when I saw The Crow and the villains.
Like those motherfuckers swallowing bullets?
Well, they had personality. Like they weren't just cookie cutter bad guys like Tintin and Funboy and T-Bird.
They were scummy as fuck.
Yeah, they were scummy, but there was something interesting about them. And I think David Patrick Kelly is one of those really underrated character actors. I think he's always stood out.
He must be good because I didn't realize it was Sully. So
yeah, like again, Sully, he is very memorable from Commando. Like you remember that character.
That suit he wears.
And then like he worked with Walter Hill a whole lot with Warriors, as Jared pointed out.
I've never seen Warriors.
He was in The Last Man Standing with Bruce Willis.
That's a good one.
He's done a bunch of other stuff. I'm blanking right now. But I've always liked him. And I think he's great as T-Bird.
He's good. Real good.
Yeah, that part where there's no coming back. I know you. We killed you. You know. Like, there's no coming back. Like it.
Well,
it's a great.
Even some of the just kind of like when he talks to Top Dollar for the first time in the movie, he's very blasé about it. And I love the Tony Todd, by the way, is also in this. You guys know I love fucking Tony Todd. Like he's awesome. And I love that whenever he comes up to go and see Top Dollar and he's talking. He's like, you're on tomorrow night, no questions asked, or no sweat. I'm like, oh. And then he goes in there and starts talking to him. By the way, I don't know. I love this guy.
Michael Wincott's fucking great.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
He always plays a good villain.
He does. But how good was he in this movie?
He's so good in this. I love how he just doesn't give a shit. Like he's so unimpressed. when the Crow shows up, like I'm bored already. Like there's just I don't know, there's something about his performance in this.
He's got this great villainous voice.
Yeah.
He's got the long black hair, and the weird moments between him and is it Bailing? Is that her name?
Biling, yeah.
Bailing, yeah. They're so like they're burning the eyeball, and he's like huffing it. It's like what the fuck? What is that? It's just there's some weird moments, and I love the things he says.
Yeah, I think we broke her. The girl on the bed. I
don't mean to talk over you.
No, I'm talking over you.
No,
for the girl on the bed, I think we broke her.
I think we broke her. Yeah.
I like her eyes, so pretty. Yeah, he's got some great. I always do the part where he's like, "Here, quick impression, bang, bang, fuck, I'm dead." To crack me up. But I was so delighted to see him in Nope when that came out. It's fucking Michael Wincott. I ain't seen this guy forever.
Nope.
He was the cinematographer that they hired to shoot the Alien.
Oh, that movie.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm like, what? Nope.
Jordan Peele.
Never mind. Yeah. Duh. I'm like, what the fuck's Nope? I know that name. We still haven't talked about that one. We were supposed to talk about that last year.
I'd like to talk about that one, for sure.
Well, let's see if Jared wants to. Jared, you want to talk about Nope?
Nope. Yeah, we can do that.
No, one word answer.
Yep.
Ask me if I want to talk about Nope.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, I mean that's one of the good things about this. Going back to your point, Nate, the villains in this movie are great. The introduction of what T-Bird's gang or whatever they're called. They have a name. What are they called?
Do they have a collective name?
I thought they did.
I don't think they do.
But the introduction of them at the bar, taking shots with fucking bullets.
Yeah.
And then the fired up shit. Plus, I love when Darla comes over and starts making out with Funboy, and then the other guy, what's his name? Tintin starts licking her shoulder. I'm like,
yeah,
ugh, these guys are fucking gross. Like, there's something scummy about these guys. And then the one guy is like, not mentally right in the head. He's another guy that I've seen a lot.
Which one? Tintin?
The last one alive.
Skank.
Yeah, Skank. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the guy looked familiar, but I don't recognize him from anything else I saw when I looked him up. Because I'm like, I know I've seen that dude before. But he was interesting. I mean, like, thinking about it now, I talked last week we did Seth's show?
Yeah.
Or we brought up the gang from Mad Max, Toe Cutter's gang. I said they were kind of like a spaghetti western gang, like you'd see in Fistful of Dollars. Where if you look at the spaghetti western, the Leone spaghetti westerns, like the first two, especially when they had the gangs that he was going after, you had like Klaus Kinski, and you had these really interesting gang members in that gang. And Mad Max had the same thing with Johnny the Boy and Toe Cutter and Knight Rider and all that. And these characters kind of feel that way too. They all have their own unique thing. Eric uses their own thing against them, where Tintin gets the knives. I guess at least in the book, I know that like Funboy overdoses on heroin. That's how he kills him. T-Bird burns up in his Thunderbird. So, but the characters, I just remember specifically how they all stood out. They weren't just like, I need to go back and watch, like Seth brought up Death Sentence on his page the other day, the James Wan revenge movie with Kevin Bacon, which I haven't seen since it came out. And I remember not liking it because I felt the villains were just kind of it's kind of like the Punisher movie, like John Travolta's, like, it's just like the bad guys always seem like they're just cookie cutter guys in black standing around looking tough. There's no personality there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I felt about the Death Sentence bad guys. Like, I think they just look like they're stereotypical villain guys. But the guys in The Crow are unique. Fun boys, he's a goofy, druggy party guy, doesn't take much seriously. Top Dollar's just a fucking like king.
Yeah,
He's
he's the king of the city.
bored with everything. He's fucking everything. He's taking everything. He's just one of those guys who's bored with life because he's excess. He's got all the money. He's got all the power. He's got all the women. He's got all the whatever. And then you got Tintin, who's got his own thing going. He's got a big personality. And then Skank's just tweaked out idiot.
Yeah.
I feel like a little worm on a big fucking hook. I feel like a big worm. So there's just so much color in the movie, and that's something that when I went back and looked at the book, I like the movie more now because when I look at the book is really, apart from the poetic stuff in between, I feel like there's more story than just Eric in his own head, and like the characters have more. Sarah and the cop and everybody.
Yeah, I mean, you get moments with every character. There you go. It's a blurry picture, but you get moments with pretty much every character from the cop to Sarah to the bad guys. I mean, this is my favorite scene in the whole movie. By the way, especially when he says you still have your hat on.
You still got your hat
on. that's just funny, but like the end part when he's like, "You're just gonna vanish into thin air," or whatever, and he's like, "No, I just thought I was gonna go out your front door."
Which is a Batman thing.
Yeah, it's definitely that's probably why I like it so much.
Yeah, I told Brenda, I was like, Batman always did that to Gordon.
He still does it to Gordon.
They're walking on that wind shit.
Yeah. I really like that moment though, where he gets to kind of almost be a human again, rather than this vengeance guy who's been. So let me ask you this: and of the bad guys, both of you guys, Jared, who do you like the best out of all those bad guys? I mean, obviously, Top Dollar is the best, but because they, like Nate said, they all have their own different personality, and I know that everybody was like, I mean, he's my favorite of that bunch.
Obviously Top Dollar, he takes the cake, but out of the underlings, I liked Tintin the best, and he was the first to go. Like he was smooth, the way he throws the knives. Like if he would have lived a little longer and had a couple more kills, I mean, he probably would have went even higher. Like the only reason I didn't like T-Bird's character as much is he was probably better than Funboy and Skank, but he just seemed like a weasel. Just kind of played that weasel role really well.
Like Sully.
Yeah, that's kind of David Patrick Kelly's MO. He
Yeah.
has that voice, and he's little. He's a little guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's a weasel warrior.
I agree. I guess I need to watch that. I've never seen it. I feel bad.
What?
Warriors?
I don't feel bad. I didn't see that until I was like in my 20s.
Yeah, I didn't watch it till later.
Yeah, I knew of it, and I just had never seen it. But yeah, it's good.
One of those gotten around to. I wonder if it's streaming. Yeah, I think I like Tintin a lot, especially when he goes to the pawn shop.
I love really the pawn shop scene. Gideon there's so much good stuff in that scene. Most of it's from the comic. I mean, really is. I mean, but him going through the rings and finding the one and it hitting him that deters, and when he pours the rings down the barrel of the shotgun, uses that to shoot. Is that gasoline I smell? All these stuff. They're from the comic. Instead, he says something like, "Is that kerosene I smell?"
The Warriors is streaming on Prime and Paramount Plus. Is this the? Yep, they have the baseball uniform. Why is the gang wearing baseball uniforms?
They all the gangs have a different theme.
Yeah. Which
it was the 70s.
Yeah.
Right.
They're called the Furies, right? The baseball Furies or something.
Something like that.
Yeah, like if you like that movie, there's also a really cool Korean film that came out about 10 years ago. I don't know, Jared, you may have seen it. It's called City of Violence. Have you ever seen that one?
I've heard of it. I've never seen it.
I think you dig that, Jared, because I know you like Southern Korean films, and it's these two guys going through the city. It's basically the Warriors, but in Korea. Like there is a baseball gang that they fight. They go going through and fighting. I remember liking that movie, and it definitely Warriors influenced.
Wow. Yeah, I might have to watch that. The baseball uniform thing is kind of weird, but
They stood out. It made them stand out. Like it really did.
they look like they're clean cut though, like the clean cut.
And David
gang,
Patrick Kelly just has this, the classic moment where he's got beer bottles on his fingers. It's "Gling Warriors, come out to play."
Oh, is he the one that says that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Brandon Lee apparently was a huge fan of that movie and was really excited that David Patrick Kelly was in the movie with him. Yeah, Warriors is cool.
I'll have to check it out. There's a lot of movies that I haven't seen that
It's a good double feature with Assault on Precinct 13. You can watch that again.
Never seen that one. I like that, man. It was a good movie. And maybe a triple feature with Judgment Night when I haven't seen it.
And Vigilante, too. I kept bringing that one up.
Which one is that one?
It's the Bill Lustig movie with Robert Forster and Fred Williamson.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. I remember that. Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen it, but I remember you talking about it.
Came out the same day as Return of the Jedi, so no one saw it.
My third birthday, if you will. All right. So back to The Crow. I'm disappointed Seth's not here. By the way.
Yeah, I hope he's all right.
Yeah, me too.
I love it. Victims, aren't we all? That's a great moment.
Yeah, I found as many pictures as I could of The Crow because, these guys, he does have such an iconic. That's the problem with the new pictures is he's got this iconic look to him.
Now, I've never seen in the comic Eric, because they shot him in the head, his skull kind of split, like their head. He has like this scar across his nose that goes up to his eye.
Yeah,
and I think it may be on Brandon's makeup, but I've never been able to tell.
I don't think it is. Yeah, I don't think it is.
And then and they say in this scene here, which I didn't notice it, but I always loved it in the comic, where he ties shotgun shells to his hair. He's got spent shells in his hair after he kills somebody.
Which I think that's from a comic.
Yeah, that's in the comic, but I don't know if he did it. They said he did it in this scene.
It might have fallen on the cutting room floor because I never noticed it myself in the movie. Because when I heard that it was like that in the comic, I'm like, I don't remember that in the movie.
There's quite a bit cut from the movie since, of course, of his death. And the big thing is was it the character that Michael Berryman, the Skull Cowboy character that was supposed to be in the film?
That's right. I've seen images of that. I wonder why that was cut. Was it cut because he couldn't be in the scenes, or is it?
They had only shot one scene with him before Brandon was killed, and so they just cut it out. But what it was like he was going to be the one giving Eric the rules, what he could do, what he was, why he's there. In the comic, he had like the Crow talking to him and stuff like that. But in the Skull Cowboy was going to be there to kind of lay the rules down and guide him. And so the big thing that they had to change that was a problem with getting the Skull Cowboy in there was when Eric is in the church and he starts to be mortal, where he starts to bleed, where he's like, oh, fuck, the Skull Cowboy, in the movie, they changed it to where the Crow getting hurt took away his power. So when the Crow got shot by Top Dollar, now Eric's lost his power. But what it was supposed to be was in that scene, like Eric was only brought back to get revenge. That's all he can do is get revenge on the people who wronged him and Shelley. But in that scene, what he was doing was going after Sarah to rescue Sarah, and the Skull Cowboy was supposed to be there at the church on the steps, telling him, "You can't. You're not allowed to do this. You're only here for the dead, not for the living." So he's there to avenge Shelley, not to help Sarah. So when he goes to help Sarah and rescue her from Top Dollar, he loses his powers because he's only got the powers to avenge Shelley.
And one, yeah, that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
That's too bad that we got because of negligence, I guess, really on the with the prop guys, right? That
Sounds like the
we
same shit that went on with Russ because they said that was
right, yeah,
in North Carolina. It was a work they could work for hire or whatever. Like they cut corners. They didn't hire the local the professionals to do it. So
I won't be doing that anymore.
yeah,
Yeah, I think we got kind of shortchanged. You know, not just us, but everybody. I mean, this guy could have been a big star. You know, it's a shame because his acting isn't the greatest in this movie, I've seen some of his other movies as a kid because they were on, you
yeah.
know, different like Showtime or whatever it was.
Showdown in Little Tokyo.
Yeah, that's one of them.
Rapid Fire was pretty good.
Rapid Fire, yeah. Well, you remember like renting those low budget action movies, like like that. You'd see the previews for these other ones with like what's her name, the China.
China. Oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? The
shit. What is her name? I forget her name. Yeah, I know you're talking about the blonde girl, right?
Yeah.
Rothrock.
Yeah. So, anyway, you'd see the previews for this stuff, like because I remember renting. I think it was American Ninja 3 or 4.
Yeah.
And you guys remember those movies? American Ninja 2 was a badass movie. I'm just saying. But I remember renting like the third one. I think when they had Michael Dudikoff wasn't in them anymore. It was a different guy. And I remember watching that, and it showed like a preview for, I think it was Showdown in Little Tokyo. And that's how I started watching these movies. So I just start renting all these fucking movies. And it was like a vicious circle. That's how I got introduced to Don the Dragon Wilson, too, because he was in one, I can't remember what it was called, but like Ring of Fire. I think we mentioned that before, which I ended up watching a lot. And he was in Batman Forever. So, but yeah, that's how I found out about Brandon Lee, and then I saw him in the Crow movie. Like, oh, I like him. He's going to be a good actor. Then I didn't find out till way later that he died.
Yeah, I don't know
what happened to him.
I don't know if he would have been a big, like I said, he's good enough for the part. I don't know if he would have ever lived up to this part after this movie. I think this would have been a defining role for him.
No, it was.
Yeah, anyway. I mean, even if he had lived and gone and done other movies, I don't think anything would have come along in his career that would have impressed people as much as this movie did.
Okay. And now that you mentioned that, yeah.
Unfortunately, but I mean, we'll never know. Unfortunately, it seemed like he was a really good dude. He really, I mean. I think the thing about this movie and the reason only that Alex finished it was that Brandon was so dedicated to this movie and this part and had so much like love for it and wanted to get it right. He wasn't just a hired actor. He was behind and he was very integral to the whole thing. And, you know, I know James O'Barr was not happy when they told him that they were getting him because he only knew him from that Dolph Lundgren movie, the Showdown in Tokyo. He goes, oh, you're going to do some kung fu shit. Like, no. And that was one cool thing I liked about it was Brandon's not just doing a bunch of fucking kung fu in it. He's
not at all.
Just maybe, if anything, just maybe the final big fight scene.
Yeah.
But really, there's no kung fu.
Just like defensive moves, basically, where he would block a punch away or something. No kicking or nothing. Which
was great. I was like, oh, he's saying, all right, I'm not just this martial art actor. I can do more than that. Which was a great move. But yeah, there was some odd, like, have you heard the story about what Disney wanted to do with this property?
No.
Disney wanted to make The Crow before this happened. And the thing is, they wanted to make it a musical starring Michael Jackson.
I mean,
I got
I mean, that does kind of resemble what he looked like by that time.
Yeah.
That would have been odd.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
that's fucking weird.
Thank God Disney didn't get their hands on The Crow, and we got what we got. What do you know? Does anybody know what James O'Barr's reaction to the movie is? Did he like it?
I think he did. I think he when he met Brandon, I didn't finish that. When he did meet Brandon and saw how passionate and how serious he was taking it, he really liked Brandon Lee. And it's like, okay, I'm happy with it. And just to mention that, I've met Tony Todd, I've met Ernie Hudson, I've met Michael Berryman, and all three of and Rochelle Davis, I met who played Sarah, and all four of them, without me even bringing him up, just gushed over Brandon Lee and what a wonderful person he was, and like when they talked about him, you could tell like they heartfelt, like that whole movie just represents him to them. Like that kid was amazing. He was a beautiful person and so tragic. Ernie Hudson was very talkative about Brandon Lee when I met him. So
they had some good scenes together.
Yeah. And Michael did, work one scene with him and did get to meet him, so did know him, even though he didn't get to finish the rest of it. He said he did know Brandon, he did meet Brandon and considered him a friend and someone he liked.
Next time I get to meet James LeVar, I'm going to ask him how he felt about Wicked Prayer.
I didn't like it.
I'm just joking. I'm not going to ask him that. No, I'm going to ask him what he thinks about the new Crow makeup.
I remember, how did you feel when they made City of Angels? Like when that came out, it was like 2 years later, right?
96, yeah.
How did you feel when that was made?
Me personally,
yeah. I know you didn't see. You saw Jared. You said you saw it later though, with Crow, right? Was it after City of Angels come out?
Yeah, because I think I saw it right before, so it would have been around that time because I had the soundtrack after I saw that movie, and I had seen The Crow right before that.
Okay.
The original one.
I just remember feeling like people were feeling towards the remake of like Brandon Lee died making that movie. Why are we making another one right away with a guy who kind of looks like him? Like it just felt like you were capitalizing off this. It just felt wrong to me. But I changed my way of feeling since then with this whole remake because, while Brandon died making this movie, it still is James LeVar's story in his book, and The Crow is his, but I don't know if James is even getting a lot of money from it, or I know that when he got the money he made from The Crow, the original, apparently he bought his mom a car, and I think he bought something for himself, and then he donated the rest of it to charity because he didn't want to profit off of Brandon's death. He didn't feel right about it. But I don't know, if with this remake, that's going to be really good for James. Maybe, to me, he's the creator. It's his property.
Yeah. So I'm looking at City of Angels stuff.
I was just doing that too.
Yeah, I didn't hate City of Angels when it came out. I hope James LeVar gets a profit off of this new movie and any other thing they got. I wonder what about the TV show Stairway to Heaven, I think is what it was called. I wonder if he I'm curious what he thinks of all this stuff. As a creator, sure he had good feelings about Brandon Lee after meeting him and all that stuff. But I'm wondering these studios took his property and did weird things with it. Like how that would feel as a creator,
Did you ever see the fan film that was made and came out in '98? I picked it up at a convention on VHS. It was like a high school kid, or maybe he was college age, but he was obsessed with The Crow and the comic, and he adapted it, and he made it more like the comic book, like more straight. But there's still he used music from the movie, like some of the score from The Crow. I think even some of the images. But the guy that made it played The Crow. I think he had his girlfriend play Shelley. And it was actually, for what I remember, kind of pretty impressive because it was just, the kid was like 18, 19, 20 years old and made this little film and made the whole comic book. Low budget, his friends playing it in it, but
I wonder if it's on YouTube.
It probably is. It's just called James LeVar's The Crow, 1998. I had it on VHS. I bought it at a Comic Con or
Oh
something.
yeah, it's a VHS rip on YouTube.
Probably horrible to watch, but
Brought to you by ND Films. IN-D Films. Maybe we should do a maybe we should do a commentary on that sometime. We won't get flagged for anything, I don't think. No, maybe we will if there's some score from the original movie.
But you could tell he had a passion for it. Like he was in love with it. He took it seriously. He did a good job for amateur.
I think there was another fan film at some point in the last like 5 years or so.
I'm sure there's a few Crow fans.
I mean, I'm sure there's a few. I feel like The Crow could be not an easy one to make, but relatively low budget to make.
I think that's where the fans have a problem. Like I've seen some people say, if this were not Eric Draven, if it were somebody else's story, because it could be anybody. I mean, the Crow can bring back anybody. It can be any kind of revenge story. But the fact that this is Eric Draven is what's rubbing people wrong.
That's exactly my sentiment. The way I was saying it, because somebody who said that they were a cinephile said, "I'll just wait till it's on." I get that. That's not the thing I'm saying. I think people's problem is that it's Eric Draven and everybody is attached to that movie from 1994 that we're talking about, and even so, that's based off the comic book character, and which I don't know. I'll see it at some point. I'm not gonna rush to see this one. I'll be honest, but
I think this movie goes beyond just our normal fandom of, well, we all have these. They mean something to us, but The Crow, because of the goth thing and how emotional the movie is, and the comic, how emotional it was for James LeVar to make it. I think this book and this movie really spoke to a whole generation of people and meant something. Like you could see, like if the book and the movie touch on, mental illness and cutting and like a pain and grief, and like I think this movie in the book probably helped a lot of people get through hard times when they came to it. That's why it's got that, like it helped James maybe to get through his grief and his pain. And when people have a connection to something that powerful and that personal, I could see people reacting in a very rejective way of like, don't fuck with this thing that is like in my heart, in my soul. This is like one of those stories that people took into their heart and their soul more than like just, my Batman movie or whatever. Batman's great, but there's something so raw and emotional and I don't know, just beautiful about the Crow story. It's this beautiful love story that tackles pain and grief and just plays on a different level than just an action movie. It's not just Die Hard or
no, right, exactly. This did speak to a lot of people, a whole generation of people. I remember growing up in high school and people saying that The Crow was their favorite movie, and some people, I'm sure we all knew someone that they watched The Crow probably more than they should have, But then again, I've watched Freddy's Dead more than I should have. But you know what I'm saying though, like Jared, you probably have a friend somewhere that this is their favorite movie. This is a lot of people's favorite movie. It's one of Dwight's favorite movies from The Office.
Oh yeah, I remember that. The Crow.
Yeah,
that's funny.
And Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban.
I don't know how close we're to wrapping up, but I did want to ask a question while we still have some people watching.
Yeah.
Obviously, we know like the stigma the movie has, and it's ultimately Brandon Lee's legacy. Do you think this movie would have resonated or became such a cult hit if Brandon Lee wouldn't have died?
Great question. That's an excellent question. I don't know the answer to that. That's a great question, though.
I was thinking about that today.
Well, I mean, it is a good movie, and I mean, I liked it because I didn't know he died till after I saw City of Angels, to be honest. because I thought it was the same guy in City of Angels. Like when I saw it, I'm like, oh, he's back. I mean, but that's a great question.
I think it definitely adds to what I was just talking about with the
Yeah.
emotional connection to it, because
Mhm.
when you're watching it, you know this guy's died making this movie, and the people making the movie, like finishing the movie, like Alex didn't want to finish the movie, but I think was it Eliza?
Mom.
Yeah, his mom.
His mom and his fiance or
They
wife.
were like, yeah, urged them to finish it, and they did, and it was really difficult for them to do it. They even like had a mask that looked like Brandon for the stunt double to wear, and they said it was just too disturbing. They just went away with it because seeing this guy walk around with Brandon's face on was upsetting, and it was really difficult to finish the film. But he, like Alex said, I only did it for Brandon, like to finish it. It should have. People needed to see this movie. I think it would have been a hit. I don't know if it's just a difficult thing to really, it's like, well, when did Heath Ledger die? Did he die before The Dark Knight came out?
He died in January 2018 or 2008. Yeah, because I was actually going to bring that up because I think I 100% believe The Dark Knight went over $1 billion because of his death. I'm not joking about that at all. I know you guys know I don't like that movie all that much, but I do think that between his performance and knowing that it was his last film, it's like, well, and then there were reports that the movie, the role of the Joker pushed him over the edge a little bit. So it's like you got that question in your head, like what made him so crazy? And then everybody went and saw it. Yeah, you got to see this performance, from Heath Ledger. I do think that led a lot to the box office for The Dark Knight. Because I still don't think it's that great of a movie.
It's always interesting when you see a film where there is a story behind the scenes that is known, like Apocalypse Now, knowing that like Martin Sheen actually is going crazy in that opening scene, like it's real, and they're filming it, and he's threatening to kill Francis, and he actually cut himself in the mirror, and so you're watching like it's the blurred lines of reality and make believe, and knowing that Ledger went to the lengths that he went to, and it pushed him over the head or led to his death, allegedly. Or that he couldn't break it, and like Jack Nicholson saying, "I warned him." I think there's a video of them like, "What do you think about Heath Ledger's?" Like he goes, "I warned him about it. About playing the Joker, getting into that character's head space." I just recently, I've been, you talked about me being on a basketball kick lately. I have been, and I was watching. I've been learning a little more about Kobe Bryant. And apparently, Kobe Bryant, when he developed his Black Mamba personality, to become a stone cold killer on the court,
right?
He saw The Dark Knight and went and requested to meet Heath Ledger to talk to Heath Ledger about how he got into that mind state or whatever. Because he wanted to put himself in that mind state when he goes onto the court to become like the Joker or diabolical killing machine kind of thing to destroy my opponents. Which is wild like that. I want to meet an actor to find out how he gets into that headspace. But yeah, that's a great question, Jared. I don't know. I think the movie, it was a perfect storm of the grunge
Dark
era.
Knight's overrated.
The grunge era, the angst, and it was the first comic book movie that really didn't have its tongue in its cheek. Like even Burton's Batman movies still have a campiness to them.
Like when Michael Keaton punches the guy, stuffs his fucking britches with some dynamite, and punches him down, and he blows up, and he smiles about it. You mean that?
Yeah, they were darker than Superman.
Oh yeah,
but they were still comic booky. They were still like Tim Burton's idea of what a comic book is supposed to be.
Yeah.
Whereas The Crow is not like a comic book at all. It's like Taxi Driver, but with a little bit of the heightened fantasy elements of it is in its art direction, in the the way Detroit looks, it almost looks like Gotham City.
It looks
So,
exactly like what
yeah,
Reynolds said that. He's like, "Is that Gotham?" I'm like, "Yeah, I
yeah.
know, right? That's the
And,
Gotham I'd like to see."
and because they didn't have the budget for a lot of things, so like the opening shots are miniatures of the city of Detroit on
But it looks
fire.
so cool.
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah.
And then like I didn't even know this that the car chase scene, they couldn't afford a car chase scene, so apparently the car chase scene is miniatures. Which I want to go back and look at it and freeze frame it. But I guess the cars go by are
The T-Bird's car and
like skanks in the car.
wow.
And the cops are chasing. I think it's supposed to, for what I read, it's they're miniatures.
I did not know that.
I mean, not the whole thing, but
Right.
the shots where they probably just couldn't really achieve what they wanted to.
You mean that the characters in the car weren't miniature? Yeah. That's one of the things I didn't get to touch on though, is the set design of this movie is phenomenal. It is. Their graves. I mean, it's right out of a comic book. I mean, maybe not the crow, but the graves, the chapel, their apartment with that big window overlooking the city. How fucking great looking is this movie? You know?
What's wild is it was shot in Wilmington, North Carolina at the studio. And like, I think all of the movie was shot in like sound stages and shit. Because when I was going to Wilmington, because that's where they shot like Halloween. I think the remake of the 2018 Halloween was either that one or Halloween Kills was shot in Wilmington. And so I saw The Crow was shot there, and I'm like, oh, I want to visit some Crow locations.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there aren't any. So,
no, there had to be like on a soundstage, maybe.
Yeah. And that was the other part of the whole curse was like the sets burned down. I think that's why they had to sit. There was a hurricane. A hurricane came and destroyed the sets.
Damn.
And then, like right before they started shooting, one of the electricians got electrocuted and burned really bad because the cherry picker on the truck backed into wires and burned him real bad. That's when the whole curse shit started.
Yeah.
Sorry, I heard something. I had to get up, and it's Helena singing in the bathroom in the shower. I was like, "What is that noise?" And she's in the door shut. I'm just saying that. Okay.
And I don't know how accurate it is, but the guy that played Gideon Polito apparently had this weird feeling and told Brandon that he felt that he was going to like what happened to Vic Morrow on Twilight Zone was going to happen to him.
Oh Jesus!
Wow, that's nuts.
Because Brandon cut himself in that scene. Really, on the candy glass actually cut him.
Oh really?
Yeah. Which is like not supposed to happen.
He seems like the kind of guy that would say something like that. You know, in hindsight, I don't know why, but that guy, like, he's a kind of he always plays a scummy kind of character.
Yeah, he does.
So.
Shit on me.
Shit, yeah. Some of the dialogue in this movie is pretty fun too. But yeah,
some of the lines, like I remember my dad coming home. Of course, it's in the comic, it's in the movie, but it's actually from something else. I can't remember who wrote, but the powerful fucking line of "Mother is the word for God on the lips and hearts of all children." What a fucking fantastic line, you know. And it's not something James O'Barr wrote. It's from something else. But
there's just even little moments like the one I posted on my Facebook page today. You know, I can't remember word for word ever, and it's a small. Let me look at it real fast. A small little saying. It's like, but I've always loved it. It's one of my favorite things that I say I'm dead and I move. That whole interchange. I really like that interaction. It's just when I remember seeing it for the first time, I was like, I love that line. You know. There's just some weird things they say, but there's a lot of cool stuff. Sorry, my knee just popped. In this movie, I forgot watching it. I forgot how much I really like this movie because I swear it's been more than 10 years since I've seen it. I'm not like one of those avid Crow fans like what we have talked about. You know, I like it. I love it.
I remember the dialogue really resonating with me when I saw it because it's poetic. There's a lot of poetic. And the comic was very poetic, and he was quoting a lot of, he was inspired by goth music, a lot of Cure and Joy Division and stuff was in there. But there's also like, T-Bird quoting Paradise Lost. Is he's reading Paradise Lost, I think, anywhere. Where they're raping her.
T-Bird.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Talking about the Lucifer, the
Yeah.
scene of Lucifer. Saw how good.
I'm gonna have to take off, guys. Well,
Okay.
I'm out. You guys can finish up. I'll see you guys next week. Bay of Blood, right?
Yes. Mario Bava.
All right.
Love
Good night,
everybody.
guys. Good night,
Have a good
everybody.
one.
Bye.
Yeah. Don't forget.
Bay of Blood.
Bay of Blood.
Or the Death. Was it Death of the
Twitch of the Death
Twitch
Nerve.
of the Death Nerve. I think I have that version.
It's also on Shudder for anybody who wants to watch pre-show. It's I don't know why I like it so much, but I do. It's got like 10 twists in the movie. Just saying, it's Mario Bava at his best. But anyway,
The dialogue in the movie really stood out to me. Again, that line to Darla, even though again it was not really their line. One that was in the comic that I always liked that didn't make it to the film, probably kind of too rough, was when Funboy overdoses and they find him. Eric wrote on the wall, "I know why Jesus wept, motherfucker."
Jesus.
Yeah. And then he's got that line, the joke with Funboy, where he's like, Jesus walks into
Yeah.
a hotel,
Yeah.
hands him 3 knives. Well, don't you ever fucking think? You
Can you
put me up for the
night?
Which is in the comic.
Yeah, that's a funny. I heard that today. I was like, oh my god, I forgot about that joke. Yeah, I personally, I think I would like to revisit at least City of Angels. And Seth, I wish he was here again. He likes the third one.
I remember really liking the third. That's the one with Kirsten Dunst and Mabius, Eric Mabius.
Eric Mabius and what's that girl's name? She was in She's All That. Anyway, she's got 3 names. I can't think of her name, but she was his girlfriend that he got convicted for. And I remember liking that he got the chair, and like his face comes out, and it's the makeup. That's how the makeup is on his face. The crow. Yeah, it's just really cool.
And it had a really good soundtrack too. I like.
It's not Rachel Lee Cook. It's the other one, Taylor Vaughn. I love that movie, by the way. She's All That. Don't hate me. I can't remember her name though for some reason. Let me look it up. I was very excited about Crow Salvation coming out too. It's on Peacock. Jodie Lynn O'Keefe from. Do you know what else she's in? Halloween H2O.
Is that the dark-haired girl on that
one? Yeah, the one that's not Michelle Williams.
Yeah. I remember in the second one, the girl played Sarah. Who was that? Wasn't that the girl that played like in? No.
Mia Kirshner.
Yeah, she was hot.
Yes, she was. She was hot. Even in the Vampire Diaries, a show I had to watch with my wife. Crow Salvation's underrated. I'm going to give that another shot for sure.
I remember liking it.
Yeah, I remember like there was like I pre-ordered it on VHS. That's how excited I was for it because I did like. Okay, truth be told, I liked City of Angels. I know it's not that good of a movie, but it was weird. I liked it overall. I haven't seen it in probably 10 or 15 years, but I remember liking it. And so when Salvation was announced, I think, again, we go back to Wizard Magazine. I believe it was announced in Wizard Magazine is how I found out about it. And it took forever for it to come out. So I pre-ordered it at Suncoast, and I got the VHS right when it came out. So I was pretty excited, but I barely remember it.
They had really cool remake soundtrack. Like it has that Bad Brother song from the Infidels with Juliette Lewis, and they have like they sample her from Natural Born Killers.
Oh.
She's singing in the cell like "Born Bad."
Mhm.
And they kind of mix that up.
I'll have to check that out again.
Well, it's like one way or the other. I'm a bad brother. Word to the motherfucker.
Yeah, I definitely don't remember that.
Yeah, it's a great fucking tough song.
Well, luckily for me, it is streaming on Peacock, so I can watch that. City of Angels is not streaming anywhere unless you want to pay for it. I do have my original DVD trilogy of the Crow movies. This is before Wicked Prayer came out, but my DVD of The Crow itself looks awful. Do you remember the original releases of Scream from Miramax? On there was like
the Dimension ones.
Yeah, the Dimension. That's it. Yeah, those look awful. Like
that's
the
one I have. The double one of the Crow from Dimension. Yeah, that's what I have.
Yeah. So they had to be replaced. So
have
the Crow.
They put it out on Blu? I guess it's been on Blu-ray, has it? Or
Scream or the Crow?
No, Crow.
Yeah.
Has it?
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I have it on. I have the digital copy of it.
Maybe I have to check it out because I've only seen it on that old DVD that I have. That's what I watched it on yesterday.
How bad did it look? Because I haven't watched it.
It didn't look bad. I mean, this movie, the cinematography. Like, that's something I could bring up. Was Prois wanted the film to be in black and white, like the comic, and of course, studio wouldn't go with that. But they shot the film in sepia, and when they developed it, they used blue to get rid of all the brown, which meant when they made the movie, they had to try to not have blue, like in costumes and in sets and even fog machines that had a little too much blue in it. They couldn't use those, because they had to oversaturate it with blue to get rid of the brown from the sepia. But that's how the movie got its look. It almost is black and white.
Yeah.
When you look at it.
There's very little color in it.
Yeah. So, that was done through that process.
So I sent you a link to the Crow on Blu-ray. It's like $9 on Amazon.
Okay. To get that.
Yeah, I think that's the one that I have too. You think John Connor would make a good Crow? I guess not. Shut up, Sean. He looks ridiculous in that movie. Like I don't remember the movie, and then this is just a sign of the times. Tara Reid's in it, and I don't think she's ever been good in anything.
No.
I think she's like
the Big Lebowski.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's Bunny Lebowski. That's a connection to the first movie because the Gideon, he was in the Big Lebowski also. In my opinion, Clancy Brown, when he played the Kurgan, might have made.
He's been good.
I don't know. I've never seen Highlander. We should do an episode on movies Ray has never seen.
And then you just had Edward Furlong and Clancy Brown mentioned together. We just talked about Pet Sematary 2 last week.
That's right. They were great together. God. Is there anything else you want to touch on before we close up shop for the night?
I don't know. I this is a movie. I didn't know how long. We've almost talked 2 hours, and it is a movie that I think we still haven't even touched on a lot. But yeah, it definitely had a huge impact on me. It changed. Like, so when I saw it in '94, I said, "Oh, you can do that." And then the next, like I read the Sin City comic, the first one with Marv, and I was just all consumed with all things Tarantino, and then Luc Besson and John Woo and Martin Scorsese. And then I fell in love with the band Garbage and the Smashing Pumpkins, and like they were my two favorite bands in the world. And Shirley Manson just intrigued me so much, and I said she should be a character in a comic. And so I created this book called The Malevolent, which was it's an amalgamation of all those things that I was in love with at that time, with a character based on her, who's named Lily, who my daughter is named after. So yeah, the Crow is definitely. I think I brought it up on my food movies that made me too. It had to be on my list. It's not a movie that I often throw out there when people say, "What are your favorite movies?" or "What was big." I don't always think about The Crow, but when I really go back to that May of 1994, seeing that movie and what like when I saw the Batman, because the Batman made me, not the Batman, but Batman made me want to make comic books. The Crow made me want to make those type of comic books because my comics to me were always the movies that I couldn't make because I can't afford it. I was a kid, and so I can make my movie as a comic book because I have no limitations. I can draw whatever I need to draw. I don't have to, have access to a city to make a movie with a cast of 100 or whatever. Hi, Vinny.
Hi, Vinny. Thanks for joining.
But yeah, like I spent 20 years making this thing, and this was the first of 3. I did finish 3 of these, 250 pages, but
Damn.
definitely Crow inspired, along with a lot of other things. Nightmare on Elm Street even made it in there because there's a serial killer who gets his victims at a strip club called the Boiler Room.
It's a good name for a strip club.
Yeah,
I like that.
It's good. And it has a boiler room theme. There's fire and pipes and shit, and dancers up there.
Almost like JD's bar in the third Hellraiser.
Yeah,
I can't remember what that bar is called, but
so yeah, this movie had a big, huge, significant effect on me. And watching it again this week, which I hadn't watched in a long time, noticed a lot of inspiration from what it took from. Again, I saw Tim Burton in there. I saw John Woo. I saw a lot of things of the time. But I've seen a few people. I rarely ever meet anybody who didn't like The Crow. And generally when people talk about The Crow, they talk of it very fondly. But I have seen with this, just this week, oddly enough, this image coming out, these images of Skarsgård. I have seen a few people like, that movie's not that good. The Crow sucks, y'all. And Brandon Lee sucked and all this. I'm like, okay, I guess there are some people who didn't like it, which is just inevitable. There's just stuff that people don't like. But
yeah, but still, the outcry for those pictures was bigger than I expected when I saw it. I'm like, oh, people aren't gonna like this. But then, like, it was my whole feed was everybody bitching about it.
Oh yeah, like people were already against this remake anyway, and so you make the remake. It's finally getting. They've been talking about doing it for like 20 years. I remember they were gonna it's been that long. Like the movie's, it's 30 years old. But I always felt that but I always felt The Crow was timeless. It's not that dated. Even that soundtrack. If that soundtrack came out today, I think it would be a good soundtrack.
I have a theory that the music from the 90s is not very dated anyway.
Yeah.
So.
And we didn't even talk about like some of these songs, like that Cure song, which was made for the movie, is just awesome. I love that, and I love that James Love that the Cure made a song because he was such a huge fan.
I don't think that the you get movies that just have, like, I just watched the Aquaman sequel the other day. Way different movie, of course, but they had a Bad to the Bone, which I absolutely hate that song. Most overused song of all time, probably. But like you have like movies with great needle drops, but I feel like the songs in this movie when they're playing have a purpose more than just a wow, this would be cool right here. I think they all have a purpose.
Yeah, like I was playing the soundtrack today, and we were out And Burn, a fucking great song. And I skipped over the Stone Temple Pilots song. She goes, "You don't like that song?" I said, "I do like that song, but that song doesn't feel like it fits the movie to me."
Mhm.
Like the Cure song, the Nine Inch Nails cover of the Joy Division song, the
Which is
Golgotha,
really good.
and the Golgotha Tenement Blues song, and then the one with the fight out, I am the way of the future. What is it called? After the Flesh. Like during the whole bar shootout thing, or Top Dollar's Compound or whatever. All that feels like it's melts, and then you got like all these little bitty songs that you don't really hear in the movie, like the Rage Against the Machine song, and then you got the Henry Rollins song, Ghost Rider, which is so cool. I guess it's about the comic character because it sounds like it's talking like Ghost Rider.
Which is a spirit of vengeance. I mean,
yeah, but also again, I didn't even think about the Taxi Driver connection because the Pantera song starts and ends with clips from Taxi Driver with De Niro shooting Keitel. Like, suck on this. And then it ends with the guy, "You crazy son of a bitch! I kill you! I kill you!" The whatever, the guy that he blows his hand off in Taxi Driver. But yeah, it's good. But the Stone Temple Pilots song's great song. It just doesn't. It feels like
Big Empty.
Yeah.
God,
that's the one that feels the most dated in some ways because it was of that grunge era. It sounds like a grunge song. Whereas David Spade's, every time I think of Stone Temple Pilots, which I like the band, but I always think of David Spade on SNL. Did you remember his joke? He took a shot at Stone Temple Pilots when he did a Spade moment or whatever. He goes, "Stone Temple Pilots, good band. I liked them better when they were Pearl Jam." Because it kind of did sound like Pearl Jam a little bit.
That hurts. Stone Temple Pilots is one of my top 5 favorite bands.
Oh, they're great.
I'm not even joking.
When he said that, I was like, "Oh shit!"
They're very versatile. Their first album, Core, was not even. Never mind. I don't want to get into it. They're like better bands.
But yeah, that Cure song alone.
Tiny Music from a Vatican Gift Shop. Just listen to that album. It's so good. It's nothing like. That's a great fucking album. The song "Adhesive" alone is not anything like anything they've ever done.
I've just never. Even when they came out with that one, what was that one? It was more poppy. That came out like the second or third album.
The second album was Purple.
It kind of sounded like a 60s poppies, like a.
Oh, that was the fourth album, I believe.
What was that song called?
Big Bang Baby?
Yeah.
That one's on Vatican Gift Shop, yeah.
Yeah, like that one's one I was like, damn, that's totally
that
different.
album's all over the place though.
Yeah.
There's Big Bang Baby, Lady Picture Show. Yeah, those are kind of
So they were someone who was adapting and changing because I mean, a lot of the grunge bands, they had their one or two albums, and then like, I mean, Alice in Chains had a lot of hit albums.
Oh my God, Alice in Chains, another top 5 for me, by the way.
And I guess Soundgarden had at least 2 that were really pop, like Bad Motor.
Bad Motorfinger,
and the Black Hole Sun one. What was that one?
Super Unknown.
Yeah.
And then there was one more after that I can never remember the title. It's got Follow Me Into the, what's the name? It's Bird in My Hands. It was like their third or fourth album. Yeah.
But by the time that Stone Temple Pilots song came out, like new metal was kind of the rage, wasn't it? Did that happen?
No, because that was more later in the 90s. That I think Purple came out in 93.
Okay.
Which is what Big Empty was on. Because they even did a.
What about the Big Bang Baby song? What was that one?
That was more around the new metal time.
That's
that
was
like 96. Yeah.
So that's when they kind of changed to something else because music was changing, and
it was
Biscuit and Korn and
for better or for worse. But the cool thing about that was Scott Weiland was clean finally.
Yeah.
and the band got themselves together. They rented a house and closed themselves off from the world and created one of the best albums that I think probably their best album, honestly. But anyway, I don't want to talk about Stone Temple. I could go on. I love them.
I also know you like Stabbing Westward, who was on.
Yeah, they're definitely one of my favorite bands. They're probably number 2 behind the Deftones.
And they felt like their music fit The Crow, which they were on the third movie soundtrack.
What song was it?
It was a remix.
Waking Up Beside You?
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, that's my favorite song by them. Yeah, man. Well, a lot of the music that Christopher Hall writes is about heartache and loss. So it makes a lot of sense, you know.
Yeah,
like almost everything, even to an obsessive sense. Like he writes a lot of heartache and loss. I mean, their biggest song, "Shame," the main lyric is "How can I exist without you?" So yeah, a lot of that makes sense.
The Crow.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And that when that Blister, Wither, and Peel album came out, like
Wither, Blister, Burn, and Peel. So the Darkest Days, the follow-up album to that, The Darkest Days, is one of my all-time favorite albums, like probably number 2 or number 3. But that's the one that influenced me to write a lot because it's very electronic, which is not something I like generally. But it's the thing about Stabbing Westward is each one of their albums is different. You know, like they went hard on with the first album on God, and then Wither, Blister, Burn, and Peel is more like it's like a kind of like a heavy metal record almost in a way. And then Darkest Days is your electronic, and then they almost went acoustic with their self-titled album, you know. So and then the last album that came out 2 years ago is I just love them. Sorry.
I'm sure you've made soundtracks for your comics before.
Absolutely.
I made soundtracks for Malevolent. Like if I were to make the movie and Darkest
you still
Days,
have it, the list somewhere?
Probably somewhere.
You gotta send it to me.
Darkest Days was supposed to like the song that I thought would open this movie.
The actual song, Darkest Days?
Yeah.
Because that's a great song.
Yeah.
That'd be a great opening to a movie.
Like the opening of the Malevolent. It was just yeah. So
dude, you should make it a movie.
Yeah. Watching The Crow,
I'll be in it.
Thinking about it, pulling it out, I thought, and it's just kind of popped up because we were cleaning out our master bedroom closet today, and Brenda found my hat, which is the Malevolent.
Yeah, I saw the picture.
Mm-hmm. And I said, "Shit, I don't even remember making that." And she goes, "Oh, you made it when we were in Florida. You had it made at the mall." And I was like,
"It lived probably right."
And it just hit me weird. It's like it's weird that we're doing The Crow tonight, and she pulled my Malevolent hat out, and I don't ever think about the Malevolent. And I'd been recently thinking about it because I'm getting another tattoo, and I was like, I kind of need to have Lily tattooed on me because she was like a character that I lived with for so long, and I named my daughter after her. And
right.
And Malevolent's been popping up. A lot. I think a lot of like that car accident kind of in my back. This like I've kind of faced death in the last 2 years, or that kind of like my wife today said, "You seem like you're resorting back to your high school years, your teenage years, because you're watching basketball and you're talking about Michael Jordan all the time, and you're buying Jordans, and I was like, that was me in high school. I was listening to hip hop music, playing basketball. Chicago Bulls was everything for me, and then I was making comic books, and the Malevolent." 18 years old. Well, I was 20 when I came up with the Malevolent, but seeing The Crow at 18, becoming a cinemaphile and all that at that time, really. I said, yeah, I think I'm I almost lost I almost died. I saw myself dying in that moment, and I think I am kind of like rekindling that fire, and with the Malevolent, like this book meant so much to me, and I wish I did have more copies. I'd send you one. Like I know a lot of people.
I'd love to read it.
I know a lot of people who did read it, loved it, and really thought it was good. And I did send it to a publisher, but they did comedy books. I didn't know that. Like I was just sending them out to all these different independent companies, and I sent.
I'll publish it for you if you want.
The guy, I mean, I self-published it, but it was this was like they weren't Image or anything like that, but they were one I knew of. I can't even fucking remember the names, but the guy who ran the company said, "This is really good. You should like send this off to Dark Horse or something."
Mm.
I'm glad I did, because I look at it like it was. I mean, it made me feel good because I'm like, okay, I have improved a lot. But it
Well, I
almost
mean,
made
that
me
was like 25 years ago, man.
yeah,
You're
yeah. Like I
you
said,
know?
like I was 20 when I started drawing it, so
Right.
I thought, but I just thought, man, it might be fun to kind of take one of the scenes and redraw it like now, and
Oh God.
or
To
write
see
a
the difference.
or write a new. I said, why can't I? Why couldn't I just write an ash can, and write like an 8-page Malevolent story
Why don't you?
and just do it just for the fucking fun of it and put it out? Because there were a lot of people. I mean, not a lot of people who saw it. I don't know. Maybe 100 people have read The Malevolent.
Well, and what's interesting about now also is, I mean, how many people follow you? Like you could get a lot more eyes if you wanted to on it, because back then there was no Facebook.
I know the guy that made the Girl Number 3 movie, my first movie, and based on a comic. He said, "Don't just throw that one away." He goes, "That The Malevolent is something special, and that should like get the proper budget. It should be like something done right, not just by some cheap ass filmmakers making it like it should go to." But yeah, that would be one of my bucket list movies if I were. But I would probably take it to like HBO or something if I were serious about it. Say, this should be a mini series, because it was the graphic novel was, the graphic novel was 250 pages, and I wanted to do 3 of those. I had like 3 volumes.
Damn, dude.
And I only got to do. I did one book after the first graphic novel, one single.
That's like 30 issues.
Yeah.
I mean, if you break it down to issue,
because I started with this company called Feral Comics, just me and my buddies, and we put out like a anthology book, like a Dark Horse Presents kind of thing, where we had 3 different stories. But I already had my first issue done for years, 30 pages, and we were only like given 8 pages per issue, and it took everybody so long. But then we found a really cheap printer, and I said, "Fuck, I'm just going to put out a trade paperback." That's when I put this one out, which is like maybe 100 pages, and I was able to do that. But it's hard to fucking make it in independent comic books, especially back then too. I mean, this is back in before the MySpace days. It's like early 2000s. And
much harder back then, I'm sure.
Yeah, like you just go to conventions and you'd sit there and no one fucking cared. You would. I did plenty of conventions where I didn't sell fucking shit, and then I hooked up with Horror Hound magazine, and that brought me a whole new audience. And then you're trying to sell this for $10, and you're probably making $2, if that, every copy you sell, because of the cost of printing.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you sell 1 or 2 or 3 a show, and you're like, but I can make a print of 1 drawing, and cost me $1 or whatever, and I could sell the shit out of that all weekend. Like, why would I do this? So it changed. You're like, I now have kids, and I'm, like it was just, I have a kid and I'm married and I'm making movies. I'm doing all these other things. It's like, and I love horror, and this is a new audience, and this is an opportunity. And, Scream Factory comes along and all these other things. It just kind of like comic books. I did do a couple after quitting this. I did another comic book for, because I had friends who were dreamers and wanted to make their comics and didn't know how to do it. So I showed them how to and did a few things. There were some other people who had comics that I knew, and I did like a 8-page story for them. I wrote and drew, and they would publish it. And then I did the Leslie Vernon comic and all that. But, people come to me wanting me. I did a comic book last year too, when I was on disability. Dead and Buried. Ted and Buried. Ted and Buried. Yeah, it's a comedy.
You did? Why didn't you tell me about that?
I guess he's come out with it.
Hmm.
Yeah, I did. I got a couple copies. It's called Ted and Barry, and it's about these two guys, slackers, and I don't want to give it. It's a horror comedy comic, and I did like I can't remember how many pages. I think I did 10 pages. I think it was a 10-page comic. But you know, I do miss comics sometimes, but it's just so much work, and there's not a whole lot of return for it. You have to really. I've always said that you have to really love comic books and really love what you're doing if you're going to get into comic books, because there's no fucking money in it. Yeah, and a lot of people would quit, and I didn't. I stuck with it. A lot of my friends quit. I stuck with it, and I feel like the discipline of sticking with it helped to the discipline of what I do now. Like, in order to be successful at art or writing or whatever, you just have to have a drive and a passion, and you have to do it all the time.
And this is why I'm still in the comic book world.
Yeah.
Because like there's been plenty of times I've wanted to just see you know.
She love it too much.
I do. Like I keep getting conflicted. I'm actually conflicted right now because sometimes things don't go your way, and you know you're like, I don't want to talk about comic book problems, but you know I've been conflicted about it recently. But I'm still like, no, I really love doing this. And I know I'm not making any money. Luckily, we have a potential investor lined up, so
that's good.
That could be a big game changer.
But there's nothing like opening that box of that new issue, and holding it, and like I did this.
Smelling it, I always smell them. So
it's like I remember the first time we did our first comic book. I'm looking at it and they're like quiet, and they're like, "Are you all right, Nate?" I'm like, "I've dreamed about this for at that point 15 years." Yeah, I started drawing comics when I was 13, and we published that first book when I was 27, I guess. So yeah, it was like oh wow, you know. And then I want another one, and then you get the other one. I want another one. I want another one. And you know, I at least had the benefit that I wrote and drew. Yeah, I didn't have to depend on someone else to do it, which I always felt for writers. But that was always the hard part, was people would want me to draw their comics. I'm like, but I write too. I have my own shit. I have more comics in my head than I'll ever be able to finish.
I know the feeling.
Yeah. So same with
my Dropbox is full of story ideas, and I've got 3 different comics that I've written out. It's like, I got about 20 more. So will they ever come to life? You know, and not all of them are superhero either. There's a lot of other stuff that I want to do. You know, and that's one of the great things about the movie we just talked about. It shows you that you doesn't have to be superhero. So is the Sin City the same way, you know. Yeah. And those are popular nowadays. The non superhero books, like Image, that's their bread and butter, man. There's all kinds of great stuff coming out of Image, you know, and none of it's superhero really. I mean, they have Invincible, but that's about it really that I know of.
I guess James kind of paved the way in that way, because I mean, it was Dark. Well, it did come out before Sin City and Dark Horse, didn't it?
Yeah.
When did Dark Horse start?
Dark Horse has been around since the 80s, but I don't know.
But they started mostly like doing like Predator and Alien books and shit like that.
Yeah, when they got the
license stuff,
license for Star Wars, it changed.
But then they get like Mike Mignola doing Hellboy and Frank doing.
That was the 90s, I think.
And
Sin City was 1991.
Yeah, because I remember I'm just wondering if like.
Dark Horse presents 5th anniversary. So Dark Horse has been around since 86, but yeah, but Sin City was 91. So yeah, to your point, after The Crow. I want to watch Sin City. I haven't watched that in forever. Holy shit.
Yeah, I like that. I haven't watched it in a while.
Great, a huge. We should do that show too.
It's definitely horror. I mean, Kevin is a horror character, and
Oh fuck yeah!
the Yellow Bastard is a horror character.
Yeah, the Yellow Bastard. I mean, that's man.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got. Yeah, I think you should. This is just like one comic guy talking to another. Maybe saddle up and do a couple more of your own things. Throw them out there, see if it sticks. I think you could do it, especially with the exposure that you have available to you. Honestly,
I just honestly don't have the time.
I know.
I said today, I was like, I want to draw something. I just wanted to draw a malevolent piece because I haven't drawn those characters since 2009 or so. So I want to draw them, and I literally have like 7 or 8 projects right now.
Really?
Yeah, like between the movie and art, and I just had like 4 drop in my lap this weekend, and that's you don't say no. So
Especially if they're paid projects, you don't say no.
that's the thing. Yeah, it's just too good, so I can't say no. But I rarely get to draw for myself, and this would be a pleasure thing. I'm not, but sometimes
But you're so fast too, though. Like I sat there and watched one of your live streams. I'm like, how is he doing this so fast? Like
comic books. I mean, that's the thing about
I know comic books are totally different. Doing a 11x17 pen up or something is way different from doing
the same. It's just it's. I don't have to think about it because I've been doing it since I was 5 years old, and I'm going to be almost 50. So it's like it's in many ways autopilot. I know what I have to do. I know what the image is. I know what I'm going. And it's just about doing it. It's like, and with comics like this, like comic book artists have to usually do a 24-page comic a month, and that's the part of the thing about comics is like, if you're a comic book artist, that's what you do every day, and you have to draw. It doesn't matter if you're having a bad day or whatever. You have to meet your deadline. You have to get the books out. And part of me was like, I don't know if I would have been happy with that. Part of me, that's why I never like submitted to Marvel or DC or all that, because like, what if I got like a comic that I didn't want to do and I had to fucking draw that comic book for a year or 2 before I got a comic I wanted to do, or before I established myself. And I don't know if I would have lasted. I think I don't regret that I never became a comic book artist, although my one big bucket list was I wanted to do one Batman cover for DC Comics, and it's not out of the question because I did when I did the James O'Barr show. I can't remember the fucking guy's name, but he was a cover. He was a colorist for Marvel and DC. He'd colored for both, and I told him about my dream to do a Batman cover. He goes, you shouldn't have a problem doing that. You just write them. Write these people, write this editor, write that. And I always thought about, well, fuck, as many Batman comics as there are, and as many people have done it, like, why not me? If I were to submit my portfolio, like, hey, I've done this, and this. So maybe one day I'll get the balls to do it. I met Jim Lee last year. I could have. Hey, Jim. I
mean, he's the right guy to talk to. Yeah, for real. I love Jim Lee. He's a St. Louis boy too.
But maybe I'll grow some guts, and because I don't usually submit for art. I've been lucky enough that a lot of the jobs have come to me. But
you have an unparalleled cover. How about that? You got it too. Yeah, that's one of my favorite pieces too. There's the Eclipse piece that you did where he just looks like he's beaten and had enough. I love it. And you just did that for me for my birthday.
You're welcome.
yeah. I mean, I didn't plan on making a cover, but I showed it to Jay, and he's like, "Holy shit!" I was like, "I know, right?" It's like, "Can we make that a cover?" I was like, "I'll ask," but I think so. It's like one of my favorite covers.
Well, that's one of those things where I got to stretch my comic book, muscles.
I think you could kill a comic book cover, man. Honestly, dude, you should just do one for the fuck of it. Just
I almost did
you know,
that McFarlane thing, the Spawn contest. That he
oh
had.
yeah, oh god, yeah. A lot of people do that. I think you probably could do a cool Spawn. I would do a Batman. Let's see. I've seen you do Batman before, just like one of your, as you call them, sketches. Even though they're
Batman's hard because it's hard to do someone because there's been so many artists who've defined him, and
who's your favorite Batman artist?
it's odd that
If
so
you were to
many
pick
people.
one.
It's odd that so many people have been able to do theirs, you know. And I'm like, what would my Batman look like? Because
Oh, so you don't have your own definitive Batman?
I don't have my own definitive. Like it's so
Okay.
influenced by like, I mean, I love Jim Lee's, I love Frank Miller's, I love you know, my introduction to comic books and Batman was Norm Brayfogle because he was doing them when Tim Burton's movie came out, Detective Comics. I love David from Year One. I love his
What about Matt Wagner?
Yeah,
Tim
he doesn't
Sale.
pop in my head, but also I love, of course, Alex Ross's Batman.
No, forget about Alex Ross as King. He's you know he's
and then some of
the
these
guy.
newer guys like who's the one that did the Owl books?
Oh, the Court of Owls. It was, oh god, what is his name? He's an old Spawn artist. No, Dave. I mean, he's done some Batman stuff. He's great, actually.
Capullo.
Yeah, Greg Capullo. Yeah,
Greg Capullo.
Yeah.
Oh, I always liked him too.
I love his Batman, actually.
Yeah, so there's so many really good ones, and it's just hard to know how.
Tim Sale's my favorite. Just that Long Halloween.
I don't love Tim Sale's work that as much as you do. I do love that book. I think that's
why I love it so much, honestly, is because it's that and The Dark Victory are my two favorite Batman books ever. And of course, you know, Jim Lee is Hush with Jeff Loeb got me back into comics because I was out of comics for a long time, mid 90s to 2002, 2003. And I saw Hush. I'm like, is that Jim Lee doing Batman? You know, because remember Jim Lee from the X-Men in the early 90s. And I'm like, Jim Lee's doing Batman now. Okay, I'm back. Yeah. I have to read this. I have to see this.
I mean, the only like my three favorite superheroes were Wolverine, Batman, and Spider-Man. And you know, for him to be the definitive, in my opinion, the definitive Wolverine artist, even though some people may say John Byrne. John Byrne was awesome. Many people consider Jim the definitive Batman artist now.
I could see that.
I think so. I mean, if it isn't him, it's Neil Adams.
Neil Adams.
But I prefer Jim Lee's far more.
I was going to say, I'm surprised you didn't bring up Neil Adams. He did a great job with Batman. Definitely of that era. But yeah, Jim Lee, like, I've been getting into collecting these McFarlane DC multiverse action figures, which are really well done. Like I think I showed you the statue. I got this one recently, the McFarlane statue. Yeah, but like, so I've been collecting all these action figures, and the Jim Lee Batman with the blue and gray suit, impossible to get, fucking impossible, because that is the definitive Batman at this point. You know, I mean, he drew him so perfectly.
Yeah.
Like that. Like seriously, that first image I saw of Jim Lee's Batman standing on the gargoyle looking over Gotham, I'm like, God damn it, I'm back into comics again.
Yeah.
You know, like I was out until I saw that. And then
every issue of Hush coming out, man, it was like, oh my God, just turning those pages like Jim Lee's back and he's doing Batman and he's doing
and it didn't hurt that Jeff Loeb was writing, and Jeff Loeb was brilliant for a long time. So
there's some artists that I love that I don't really care for their Batman. Like I think Brian Boland's one of the greatest comic book artists ever. The Killing Joke's amazing. I don't really care for his Batman. Joker looks amazing.
Joker looks great, yeah.
But I don't.
His Batman's okay.
Batman. Yeah.
You know, what's his name? Spider-Man. He did Spider-Man for a long time. Marvel.
Larson.
No, John Romita Jr.
Oh, John Romita Jr.
I don't like his Batman.
I don't know if I've seen his Batman. I
I'm
like
not a
John
fan of his
Romita's work.
Superman either, for that matter. He draws faces weird.
Yeah, he's been an artist who's developed into. Talking about Jim Lee. When I met him and I went to his Q&A, like I said, my other favorite superhero is Spider-Man, and he said he hates drawing Spider-Man. That's the only character he doesn't want to. I do not like drawing that. I will not draw him because of the webbing.
Yeah,
because it's just a pain in the ass to get it right. You have to get it right.
You ever see McFarlane draw Spider-Man? Like he used to do live streams of him drawing a quick sketch, and I don't know how he talking about you being fast. He does it digitally too, and he's like, "Oh, you just do this. There's Spider-Man." I'm like, "Holy fuck, man!" And and I love Todd McFarlane.
Todd,
he's got a lot of practice doing Spider-Man, admittedly,
John's dad, John Romita,
mm-hmm.
may be the greatest Spider-Man. I think, to me, Todd McFarlane, his Spider-Man, to me, is the definitive Spider-Man. I can't draw Spider-Man without Todd's influence coming out. I think Todd just did something with that character. It just didn't look like anybody else's stuff.
No, it didn't.
And it was.
I feel like what Todd McFarlane did on Spider-Man was start to usher in a new, a modern style of drawing in general. Because you look at stuff, you talk about pre-crisis, post-crisis. That's his stuff's definitely post-crisis. You start seeing more people being influenced by him. Even the people in his inner circle who left Marvel to go join Image with him, they all have a more modern style versus the old. You know what I mean? Like you can tell there's a difference.
Yeah.
If you look at what's his name? Oh, one of the best ever, George Perez.
Yeah.
Like George Perez's style was very much kind of pre-crisis old school style, but he evolved with it though.
Yeah.
George Perez was one of the greats, of course. But like when Todd McFarlane's Spider-Man was coming out, and then into Spawn, you could tell that the old times were over, and this was the modern times for comics, especially comic art. I don't like to say Rob Liefeld because that guy's a tool, but like even with the stuff he was putting out,
he was huge. I mean, it was. I think it was a level of a detail that they were putting. Todd just put shitloads of detail in his work. And I think
like the knots on the webbing, for instance, that's something that's really cool. Yeah,
the webbing was just really interesting. And then he kind of kicked himself in the ass by doing that because it was so painstaking to do that. And then he went and fucking gave Spawn those chains, which chains are a fucking pain in the ass to draw. And I'm like, he really. And it's funny when you talk to an artist about stuff like that. Like when I met Jeff Darrow, who was really cool. Who's so known for drawing so much detail. Like, Jeff Darrow's never drawn a simple page or a cover, whatever. And I brought it up, and he goes, "Yeah, I really screwed myself." Because I had to commit to that. That became what he was known for, and he had to do that his whole career of going to that length of. But the thing is, that's what defines you. You have to sometimes. You have to do what like Sam Keith or like when you see it, you go, holy shit, I'd never seen anything like that. And that was like reaction to guys like Sam Keith or Todd McFarlane, Mike Mignola, like they just stand apart.
Oh yeah, I mean you could look at a Mignola piece, you're like, yeah, I know who that is.
And like
that's one of the things I like about. There's some artists who are cookie cutter, but then there are those. Like for instance, I liked Tony Daniels. I think is his name.
Yeah.
But I like his work, but in a sense, he's still he's like a
Jim
Lee in a way.
There's
yeah.
There's a lot of guys, and I would probably be in that fucking category if I ever ended up comics. But yeah, Jim Lee influenced. I don't think. And Jim Lee had shades of John Byrne and guys like that too. But I think Jim Lee definitely inspired a whole generation of artists, where there are a lot of artists that you see over the last 30 years where you're like, that's just a different shade of Jim Lee. Like there's Jim Lee in the roots.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think he redefined it. I think,
light.
yeah, I think he just kind of,
Mm-hmm.
to me, he's the greatest superhero comic book artist. I know people like to say, don't disrespect Kirby and Adams and Romita and all that, but I just think, and Kirby had his own thing. No one draws like Jack Kirby.
No, but again, like he was part of that pre-crisis crowd that I think you judge them on a different curve than what you would judge anything post-crisis, if you will. And when I say crisis, of course, an Infinite Crisis. I mean, Crisis on Infinite Earths.
And Adams,
that's because Kirby, like Adams was before that too, though. But I think Adams was on a whole nother level.
Adams brought in a reality to his art. He was very much more of like classical, like Renaissance type art. But there were people like him before, like Joe Kubert and guys like the EC Comics guys. There are artists who drew real. Bernie Wrightson, who drew very realistically like that, or some of the fantasy artist people, men's magazine artists, the Doc Savage stuff and that kind of thing. That's what, because in the 50s or before Neil came along, comics did start to become cartoony.
Right.
And Neil Adams brought this more real grit. Batman looked like a real person in Neil Adams' books.
Plus, I love the way he drew the cape and the cowl, Neil Adams. That was something that was always something different from what, the cape was very stagnant back before Neil Adams got his hands on Batman. I don't know. It's like with McFarlane. Like McFarlane loves drawing capes, and Neil Adams made the cape look so much more majestic in a way.
I always, again, talked about Norm's handling of Batman and the cape, and some of the best Batman art. And he's guy I don't think gets the credit sometimes of how good he was. So yeah, there's just been a lot of people out there, and that's where when I draw Batman, Jim Lee comes out a lot. In any superhero. I mean, in the drawing I did for you, I think you could probably see roots of Jim Lee in that drawing for your character. If you're comparing it to anybody else, it's got Jim Lee in it.
I could see that. Actually, I was just looking at it, so I just pulled it up on my phone. It's I don't know, man.
I tell you, guys, it really developed into something new that really fascinates me. Is Jay Lee. The stuff he's done over the last 20 years, like the when he started doing like the Stephen King Dark Tower stuff, and every time I see Jay Lee stuff, I'm like, because he does this really good stuff with negative space and in shadow, kind of like Bernie Wrightson used to do. And even like with, people shit on Frank Miller, but Frank Miller's Sin City stuff was so brilliant. The way he illustrated that stuff, it looks it's like this thing where it looks so simple, but it's so complicated.
Yeah, but at the same time,
he gets so sloppy on other things, but
he does. But like the same thing about Sin City, though, the art accompanied with the book is so gritty looking, and it fits the world that it's trying to make, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like that's part of the thing you get when you
That's his best work, in my opinion, visually.
Oh yeah.
And story-wise, it's my favorite stuff.
Oh, that'd be interesting. I think we should talk about Blade sometime too.
Blade was close. Blade is definitely like The Crow.
Well, that's where my mind went when I read that. I was like,
Yeah.
maybe we should talk about Blade though sometime.
I don't think Blade would have been what it was without The Crow. Because Blade is
Probably not.
it's closer to The Crow than Batman. And the thing that I always got on my nerves with the vampires was vampires became those aristocratic, rich.
The Anne Rice vampires.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I was like, I'm tired of this shit. I mean, the vampires in Blade outside of like, I guess Steven Dorff was kind of like in that realm of posh, aristocratic, yuppie,
But
rich
modern because
asshole.
yeah.
But Donald, his vampire was more of like the Lost Boys rocker, T-Bird and his gang vampire. So imagine T-Bird's gang is a vampire gang, but they just be the Lost Boys.
Yeah, you could kind of see that, like for sure. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
The blonde girl, I can never remember her name. Did they ever see her name in that movie?
Who?
The blonde, the one that was like always wearing white in Blade, the blonde woman, one of Deacon Frost's cronies.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm looking her up. I don't know if they ever remember. I don't remember ever hearing her name.
That became like the defining thing, and of course the Underworld movies pushed it even further. And I was like, I always liked
Mercury was her name.
I liked the werewolves more because they were more of the earth monster. Like they weren't just a bunch of rich assholes.
Yeah, I've loved. I'm on the opposite end. I've always loved vampires for some reason. I don't know why.
I did a. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say one of the stories I actually wrote. I took the title from. I'm not gonna lie. I took the title from Stabbing Westward. Darkest Days was a vampire werewolf story. I do like them both, but not like Seth when it comes to werewolves.
I talked about doing little one shots for something. There was a company called PLB Comics. They're up in Pennsylvania, so they had a comic called Gideon and Sebastian, I think, and it was a vampire comic, and the main character was a priest who was a vampire hunter. And I did a short where I tackled that, where he was in Austria and he was training a young priest to be a hunter like him. And he was kind of like this cantankerous. He was a priest, but he was more like if Russell Crowe, I guess he was in the Pope, but more like if John McClane were a priest who hunts vampires or something. And drinking, smoking, cursing priest who basically spends his life hunting down the undead. And so he's teaching this young priest who's totally green how to spot a vampire. And they're in this little village in Austria. And it's snowing. And they're walking down the street. And he said, there's one at 12 o'clock. He's talking to them. And they're walking towards him. And the guy looks up, and there's this guy who has long black hair and leather jacket. Looks like your typical vampire. And Gideon grabs him by the lapels, thinking it's about to go, and he throws him out of the way. And behind him is this peasant guy who's like loading bread onto a cart, and he turns into the vampire. He goes, "You thought it was the goth dickhead." Like, they don't always look like that, but it was breaking all these vampire myths. He kills this guy, and he does the whole classic where he impales him and chops his head off and burns him. Make sure they're fucking dead.
Jesus. I like that. Let's see. I'd like to do a vampire story like that.
I find if I have that, and I think you Seth probably especially, but you guys might dig that short. I did.
Yeah, that sounds cool. I'd like to see. I'd like to see anything that you've done, really. If you ever come across the files for the Malevolent, I'd love to read it.
I'd probably be embarrassed. It probably sucks. Because
You're saying this, but you've made how many movies?
yeah.
So,
Well, let's say I wrote this in my 20s, early 20s. So definitely learned a lot.
yeah. Oh, I'm still curious. I'm sure it's pretty good. Um, I still like to read it. See what it looks like, because I do like. I have seen a kind of an evolution of your art over the years, because I have a lot of your prints, and of course, actually they're hanging. There's four of them hanging up in the hallway upstairs, uh, and then I have like your cover art with Scream Factory. You're like the last few pieces you've done, like the Lugosi. Uh, what movie was it? Black? No,
White Zombie.
White Zombie. Yeah, that, and there's some of the pieces you've done recently. Of like, God, blow my fucking mind. Like almost photorealistic. You could be like an Alex Ross style in a way. I mean, I've seen other artists do that, not as well as Alex Ross, but there's one Batman comic I read in the early 2000s that was very photorealistic, and the art was great, and it wasn't quite Alex Ross, but still it was so goddamn good. It's like I really enjoyed. The story was terrible,
There's a
but
guy.
the art was great.
I can't remember his name. There's a guy that I think is he on Instagram or Facebook. There's a guy that I've come across. I think he's Hispanic, but he blows me away. I can't remember his fucking name. Shit, I have to find it, but he reminds me of like Jim Lee meets for Alex Ross. Like he pencils them, does a little bit of ink, and then he watercolors them. And he's done Batman. I don't know if they're like, I guess they're published books. I don't know who's drawn. I have to find out, but he was doing some Batman stuff. I'm like, holy God, this guy's incredible. And he does like live videos of him drawing and painting them. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, I quit. Like, this guy's fantastic.
I quit.
Yeah, I mean, there's some artists.
It's not Lee Bermeja.
No, not him.
You know who that is, right?
Yeah, that guy, like, when I first saw that guy's work, I was like, whoa. Because he reminded me of like Bradstreet, which Bradstreet blew me away when I first saw Bradstreet. And Bradstreet had a huge influence on me because Bradstreet was a film fanatic like me, and he made his stuff look like film, but because he actually took photographs of models and traced them to look like that, which I found out when I saw the Punisher DVD when he showed his process and did it. But like Lee's stuff, it doesn't look as photorealistic as Alex's or Tim's, but it looks very. You can tell that he's doing the same thing. Those are photographs of actors, and he's using them because they. And I think that works for the Punisher. I think it works for certain characters. I don't think it works for superheroes. I think Todd. Did you ever see that Todd McFarlane video that came out when him and Stanley, like Stan's interviewing him? It came out like probably 90, right before Image started.
Early 90s, yeah, before Image, yeah. I've seen that.
And he's showing his Ghost Rider fighting Spider-Man, I guess, or Hobgoblin. It's one where it's Hobgoblin and Ghost Rider or Spider-Man. And he's showing the page, and he's showing how, I think Ghost Rider's picking up Hobgoblin up, and he's like, "You're gonna pick a guy, pick him up." Todd McFarlane talks, "Yeah, pick him up."
Yeah.
And he's like, and what Todd taught me in that video was that it's not reality, it's fantasy. These are
Right.
superheroes; they're not us, and so they should be bigger than life. And so I realized when I see superheroes drawn photorealistically, there's a missing wonder to it. Like to see something like Todd McFarlane's Spider-Man, which is totally not real. No one bends like that. And so it was something fantastic about it.
Nobody's that gangly either.
Someone like if you're standing like a superhero, when you get a model and you're tracing a photograph of a real guy going like this, it just doesn't look as exciting as seeing Sam Keith draw a guy like that, or John Romita drawing a guy like that, or whatever. So I think the photorealistic superhero stuff doesn't work as well. The only one I've seen that I really responded to well in the last few years was the guy that was doing the Batwoman comic books. I think his name's like J.L. Williams or something.
Williams,
like that. Yeah. I thought that Batwoman comic book was gorgeous, and it's very much like Alex Ross too.
It's actually a great comic altogether. Yeah,
they're good comics.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was Travis Charest would sometimes his work kind of look like Jim Lee, but with a little more photorealism. Like he did that Wildcats X-Men crossover book in the mid 90s or whatever, where it was Zealot and Wolverine teamed up in the past, fighting Nazis or something. One of the most beautiful comic books I've ever seen. Definitely he used photo reference to get what he got in that, because they're very realistic looking, but also still fantasy comic booky. So I think if you can blend it, but Lee's work to me, when I look at it, it looks too much to me like they're photographs that he's drawn over. And that works for, again, Sin City or The Crow or Punisher or something that way. But Batman, I don't like his Batman. I don't like the way it looks. I don't like Batman. And
I've actually spoken at length about that to some of my constituents in comics. There's one of my old partners who was in love with Jay Lee's work, and I'm like, it's good, it's great, but I don't like the way he draws Batman or Superman for that matter.
Yeah.
So yeah, I understand that.
But I think the first thing I saw Lee do.
Are you talking about Lee Mayo or
Mayo?
Yeah, no, his Batman's weird. Yeah. His Joker's super weird looking, in my opinion.
Wasn't his first? First thing I think I saw him do was Death Blow, which is a good character for that look.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're gonna draw like the X-Men or something with that style, to me, it's these superheroes. Alex Ross is able to do it, but it's because the way he paints them so majestically. That it works.
Yeah, because there's no armor about any of them, like Batman. Well, except for in Kingdom Come, but that's totally different. But like if his Batman pieces, or you can see the stitching and the cowls and stuff like that. So it's like he's just wearing tights, and yeah. But you're right. It's just so much. The way he draws Superman, my God. Yeah. He's one of the best. I actually got Reynolds.
That's probably the best Superman.
Yeah.
That's got to be the best Superman I've ever seen. It's his Superman. He looks like what you imagine Superman should look like the Max Fleischer Superman.
Oh man,
that's what it really is.
Yeah,
but like real. Yeah, I mean, we can sit there and talk about comics all night.
He's got a good it's a good mix between Christopher Reeve and George Reeves, in my opinion. If you really take a good look at it, like. It's a good mix between the two. Yeah, we could, especially since I was at the Super Museum yesterday for a couple of hours. My kids are like, "Are you ready to go?" And Reynolds loves Superman. I'm like, "No, I'm really looking at every little piece I can while I'm here."
So how far is Metropolis from you guys?
2.5 hours. Not far.
Not too bad. I did that one show up there. Like I was kind of misled because I was asked to be a guest there, and they had that big parade or whatever, like the big Superman
Yeah.
festival or parade, and I thought that's what was going on.
It's in June.
And I get there, and it's just like a little Comic-Con, but like no one came. And the only guest, which was cool because I got to hang out with him, John Wesley Shipp was the guest. So I kind of just hung out with John Wesley Shipp. Yeah, and the funny thing about John Wesley Shipp is, he went to high school with my dad. He's from Louisville.
Oh, really?
And yeah, he was 3 years older than Dad, I think, but they went to Butler High School in Louisville at the same time. And so yeah, I told John, like, my dad went to Butler with you. He goes, oh. He goes, you wouldn't know him. He was young, underclassman to you. But I just remember when The Flash came out, my dad's like, I went to high school with that guy, played football, and he ended up on Dawson's Creek. But
and The Flash from CW.
Yeah. But
Jay Garrick.
But that was fun to at least.
How long ago was that?
We went to that the museum.
The museum's changed a bit. Because I went in 2017 was the last time I went, and they're overhauling the whole thing. It's so cool. They actually are painting a mural on the side of the building of Action Comics #1, which is really cool. It's just white right now, but I saw on their Facebook page that they're doing that. I'm like, that's awesome. They're really overhauling, and they got so much stuff. What year that was? Because it's gotten really big.
Yeah, it's probably definitely changed because I think it was 2011 or 2012.
Yeah, because last year they had Tom Welling, Dean Cain, people from all the shows, and I think they had somebody from the Man of Steel. I can't think of who it was offhand. I think it was General Swanwick. What's his name? Harry. The general from the movie. I can't think of his damn name.
From Man of Steel?
Yeah, he ends up being Martian Manhunter in Justice League. Henry, I don't know. Anyway.
I can't remember who it was.
He was in The Matrix. I can't think of his name. Anyway, but yeah, it's gotten a lot bigger because I'm thinking about taking the kids this. That's in June 6th or 7th or something like that. So I think I'm going to go take them because it's not that far away. How far is Louisville away from there?
It was far. That's another thing. Like I drove all that way. And I'm like, oh shit. Let's see.
I'll tell you, I went to Kentucky, like barely, but still, it was Kentucky. Paducah, really strange place.
I've heard Paducah's weird.
It's very weird. I think that the Midwest that people make fun of is Paducah. So,
Metropolis is 3 hours and 43 minutes away. Yeah, Paducah. I haven't been there, but I know a lot of cool people that live there. I made movies with them. The cruise on Volumes of Blood movies that I did. Not the first one, not Satanica, but the sequel. Johnny Holt and Barbie and all them came from Paducah. And some of the people in my new movie, Barbie's a roller derby girl, and her friends came up and were in the movie. And their daughters in it. I haven't been there, but I heard it's cool. But
it's not. It's really weird.
How weird in what way?
Like 4 times.
What's weird about it? What was in some way?
So, which time? Because I went there. So Elizabeth and I went. Our first getaway was to Paducah in 2005, and it was just because we were like, let's get away. I was like, you want to go to Chicago? She's like, no. I was like, you want to go to Indianapolis? She's like, no. Let's go somewhere nobody would even think that we'd go. And I was like, all right. How about Paducah? It's like 3 hours away. And she's like, yeah, okay, that's a weird sounding place to go. Let's go there. And so we went there. We got this nice hotel room. And you know how they have the breakfasts in the morning and all that stuff. They had a hot dog bar instead. Which was really strange. And the hot dog bar was not like a cool hot dog bar. It was just a couple of hot dogs on the rollers at the front desk. And I'm like, I get the guy's like, first of all, the accent was super thick. He's like, yo, I want a hot dog. And I'm like,
yeah, Barbie's accent.
Oh, man. Yeah, I was like, I love hot dogs. Elizabeth looks at me. She's like, don't eat that. Don't take that. Who knows how long it's been sitting there. And the funny thing is, they were in the same position the whole time we were there. So who knows how long those hot dogs were sitting there. But like we went to this store. Paducah's had a decent mall back then, and we saw two fights, first of all, in the stores, which was really strange. I'm like, what is with this place that people are fighting in the mall? Just random fights breaking out. The people were insanely like in love with Walmart. Like it was the place to be. We went to Walmart to get like like some snacks and shit, and everybody in Paducah was there. I swear to God, everybody was put in. They were just so happy to be there. So it's like a family reunion. It's of sorts.
It's not Louisville.
It's just well, I don't know, man. Paducah's strange,
Yeah.
but I can't even say it's Kentucky because Paducah's right on the border with Illinois.
Yeah, it's right at the
And,
bottom.
like,
Over there.
Yeah, it's because it's right across the river from Metropolis. You can see the bridges that lead into Paducah from Metropolis. Yeah, but no, it's just like the last time we were there that we stayed over because right before Elizabeth passed, we did she wanted to go back one last time because we had a blast. It was weird, but we had a blast, So we took the kids and we were swimming. They had a indoor pool and everything like that, and Reynolds, and they had a hot tub, and Reynolds kept jumping in the hot tub and out of the pool and in the hot tub and all that stuff, having a great time. And then like there were other guests there, and I guess they complained about our son doing that, and they were really just kind of off put by us. I'm like, what's going on? Then we went to Applebee's, and Elizabeth ordered a steak, and it was medium well, and they're like, we don't know what that is. Like, you don't know what medium well is? This is a steakhouse. Like,
we don't know what that is.
Like, what the hell? And like, we don't do special orders here. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with Paducah?
Like Pulp Fiction. You want that steak burnt to a crisp or bloody as hell?
Bloody as hell, yeah. Yeah. It was weird happenings. And then there was one guy that was wearing like this, like, oh God, he was wearing goggles and this like bandana tied around his mask, just kind of walking the streets of downtown Paducah. It was like,
did the bombs drop?
I don't know what was going on. It was strange, man.
Well,
and that's what anybody from Paducah, if anybody from Paducah is watching this, it's just a weird time.
The thing is, like Louisville, is kind of. They often say that Louisville is not really Kentucky, because it's just like we're like the 16th biggest city in the country.
Oh, really?
Louisville is, yeah.
Louisville? I didn't know that.
Louisville's the biggest city in Kentucky, and we're right there on the river with Indiana. And, it's again, like the accents, like, yeah, people in Paducah have very thick accents.
Oh my God.
I have accents, but like some people say, well, it's not that thick. It comes out with words.
You have an accent, but it's not Paducah.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now.
Oh man, there's parts of Kentucky where I can't understand what people are saying. But I mean, Louisville is a big city, and suburb. I grew up in the suburbs, and not on farmland or anything like that. And it's a very mixed. Basically, when the election happens, we're blue. The rest of the state's red. I mean, that's what it is. So, it's a melting pot. I went to school with all the races and all that. So it's
same thing here. I mean, we're right next to.
I guess. I mean, some of the South is like that too. But like, there's some parts of Kentucky where it's like just all white.
You don't get that here where we are. But again, I'm on the doorstep of St. Louis, so
or mostly white, I should say. But,
yeah. But I've always wanted to go to Louisville, but it was more of a baseball thing because the back in the day they had Cardinals, Major League Cardinals, double-A, triple-A. Yeah, the Redbirds were there. I think it's the Bats now, and I think it's the
Bats.
Reds. Yeah,
and you might dig it because if you're a baseball guy, we got the Louisville Slugger Museum, and then we got
that's one of the other reasons I'd like to go there. Actually,
and it's pretty cool. I have a Louisville Slugger bat with my name on it because my cousin, when he got married, he was a baseball player. He got married. I was a groomsman, and they gave us all bats, Louisville Slugger bats with our names.
That's cool
on them. And then they have the Muhammad Ali Museum, which I haven't been there because Muhammad Ali's from Louisville. And we have a lot of. I mean, Tom Cruise went to high school here, and Jennifer Lawrence is from here. And Jennifer, what's her name from Dexter, and Emily Rose,
Mhm.
Jennifer Carpenter's from
Carpenter,
here. Of course, Hunter Thompson. I know you're a big Fear and Loathing fan.
Oh yeah,
There's
it.
there's some murals of him. I went to his childhood home a while back.
Sounds like there's some things to do there. Like, I don't know, maybe I'll take a trip this summer there with the kids because we kept talking about places to go, and Philadelphia is on my spectrum, which is funny because they had the spectrum for a long time. But yeah, Philadelphia is somewhere. Mostly because of Rocky, but I'd like to go to Philadelphia at
I
some
want to
point.
go there. I've been to Pittsburgh, but we didn't. Philadelphia was a little too far for me to go much further. But I'd like to go to Philly. I thought about going because I'm going to go to DC soon, and I thought
For
about
what?
just vacation.
Just for fun? Yeah.
I'm going to go to the Exorcist steps and all that shit.
That'd be cool. Yeah. Oh yeah. Most of the I want to go. Like I had this plan. Depends on how my job goes because I'm thinking about leaving it. But of this going to Philadelphia but driving through Pittsburgh if I can because I'd like to stay a day or two in that area because of
Romero
and all that stuff. Yeah, and then I want to see a Pirates game. I love baseball, and then end up in Philadelphia to see the museum, the art museum, the statue. His old neighborhood, which I heard is not a great place to go, so I may not go by there. Yeah, and then definitely go see a Phillies game. So
that's what's so interesting about when they film movies. I mean, you got security, you have all that stuff there because they like go into like all the recent Halloween movie sets in Georgia and the Carolinas and some of those neighborhoods. I'm like, oh god, like the neighborhood. I think the shadiest one I went to was in Halloween Ends, where he's riding his bicycle and almost gets ran over, and he's going like the underpass where the cars are the funeral procession and all that. And there's a part where he's riding a bike and it says "Love lives today" or whatever. That area was kind of scary walking around because I parked the car with Brenda and Lily, like I'm gonna walk down there, and I walked through there and took the photos and then went back.
I would say some of the places in Halloween Ends, like that bridge area where he gets dumped off the bridge.
That wasn't bad. That was just like no, it was like it was right there.
There's a McDonald's within.
There's a McDonald's and there's a huddle house. It's a huddle house parking lot. You can see it. And there was that was fine. There was nothing. It was just a small.
It just looks like a seedy part of town. Maybe that was just because of the movie.
It was just a small Georgia southern town. But even like where Lori's house was
how much further would Philadelphia be? I guess you're further south than because Georgia probably isn't that far for you, is it?
Georgia's a big state. It's
I know it.
It takes about maybe 5 hours maybe to get to Georgia, like the northern Georgia, maybe 6 hours to Atlanta. But I'm always going through Georgia because we go to Florida twice a year, and my brother-in-law lives in Peachtree City, Georgia. My wife grew up for a brief time, or maybe 6-7 years in Columbus, Georgia. When I first met her, she was living in Vero Beach, but her dad lived in Columbus and her brother lived in Columbus, and so we'd stop in Columbus often. But yeah, Georgia, I like Georgia a lot, actually.
I do too. I've every time we've gone to Florida, we'd make a point to stop in Georgia for a day and hang out and do stuff around mostly Atlanta. I've been to Savannah a couple times, but yeah, it's kind of a lovely state. Valdosta, I was there for about a week when I was in my youth. Yeah, I was down there for about a week when I was about 13. I loved it. It was really cool.
It's one of our always stop in Valdosta because there's a restaurant there my wife and I love, and she loves more. She always like, oh, we got to stop. It's called Smoking Pig. It's a barbecue. It's a barbecue place, a big giant barbecue place, and it is delicious. And you get tons of food. And we always stop there in Valdosta. It's like 22 miles from Florida. We go in there, and there's a few places in Georgia we always stop because there's a donut place in McDonough which is between Valdosta and Atlanta, and McDonough's where they shot Smokey and the Bandit.
No,
And
I love that movie.
yeah, and I went through all those sites. But there's a
That'd
donut
be
place
cool.
there. There's a donut place there. It's called Donut World, and it's just this little place. But all their donuts are vegan. But they all
Oh,
taste
really?
like Dunkin' Donuts or Krispy Kreme. Like I don't know how they're doing it, but I'm like, I get like a half a dozen every time we stop in there because like I don't get donuts because of my stupid allergies.
Yeah.
And everything there I can have, eat everything, and so I just load up. And then there's a place called Carol's Sausage or Meats or whatever. That's I can't remember what town it is, but it's somewhere around there too. And it's just like this little general store that sells meat, like sausage and beef sticks, and we stop in there and load up on like snack and beef sticks and things, and like they have some of the Smoking Pig's barbecue sauce, which is really good there. That's we
This
always
is
have these
why
little
I like
stops.
to travel by car, by the way.
Yeah,
This is exactly why I travel by car. You never know. Like that's one of the things I miss about my wife is every time we travel, we'd see an interesting sign on this, the highway signs, and like, what the is? Let's go.
yeah.
Like let's go see what that
See all the
is.
lines like
I miss that, and I do that with the kids. But
yeah. There's all those
yeah,
signs through there. There's
it's
like
it's a,
the pecan stores, like Magnolia or something pecans, and you go there and it's this big general store with candies and
yeah,
nuts.
that's the big thing down there in Georgia is
Yeah,
pecans,
yeah,
the pecans. What are they
pecans
called?
or whatever, I guess.
Pecan. I
Pecans,
don't know. I learned
boiled
a lot while I was
peanuts,
down there when I was
peaches.
13.
Yeah, and then now
Peaches,
there's so
yeah.
much, so much in the
Vidalia is another place I've
yeah,
been.
and then like there's so much of the film industry there now. Where in Peachtree
Yeah,
City and all that, Atlanta, all the Marvel stuff, The Walking
maybe I should go
Dead.
down there. I've been down to Georgia. I mean, we went through Georgia in 2017 on our way to Celebration in Orlando, but we didn't stop. I stopped overnight, but I was trying to get through there to get because that drive from here we go through Tennessee and then all of Georgia,
Yeah,
like all of it. And it's a huge state. It's either all of Georgia or all of Alabama. It's pick your poison basically from
yeah.
here. And I always go the Georgia route because I also know that there's a Crystals, which I know it's a chain restaurant, but like once I see a Crystals, I'm like I gotta get Crystals because I love Crystals over White Castle. So we don't have
I need to
Crystals
try
here.
it again because I only had crystals once and I didn't like it because we had White Castle here. I had
No, you have White Castle there?
Yeah, I've had White Castle my whole
Really?
life. So,
White Castle's better, but I do like Crystals. My dad
yeah,
used to run. He was a general manager in the Crystals down in what the hell's the name of that city? The oldest city in America is what he called it. In Florida, what the hell's it called? Saint something.
St. Augustine.
Saint Augustine. Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Uh,
he ran a bunch of those down there.
yeah, don't they put mustard on them? Like crystals?
They do, but I don't get. No mustard,
Yeah,
please.
yeah.
Just,
Uh,
yeah.
that was the weird one. Like mustard.
I
Uh,
do like mustard on my hot dogs from my days in Chicago, but like, no, not on the sliders. No,
yeah,
because
because
White
it's like
Castle,
White
it's
Castle's
it's
just
it's
pickles, onions, or cheese maybe.
and cheese if you want it. Yeah,
Yeah.
and you don't. And did you ever hear this? My dad told me a story about White Castle and Crystals. I don't know how true it is, but apparently they were owned by two guys, and they got into an argument on how to make the burgers. I don't know how true this is, and the one guy wanted to do it this way, the one guy wanted to do that way, and they decided to just say fuck you, and one went south and one went north. That's why you don't see any Crystals above a certain point in America, and you won't see a White Castle at a certain point going south.
Yeah.
And I don't know how true that is, but he's right. There's not a Crystals.
Yeah.
I think the closest Crystals to me is in Tennessee. So
Probably same
I'm
for me.
surprised they have Crystals in Kentucky. Honestly, I mean White Castle.
Yeah. White Castle's always been here as long as I've been alive.
Can you imagine the people who saw Harold and Kumar go to White Castle? Like, what the fuck is White Castle?
Yeah. I remember last time I had it like 2 weeks ago. We were at Brenda and Lily got something to eat, and I didn't want what they got, so and Lily wanted to go to this Peddler Mall, and there's a Peddler Mall right. It's in the same parking lot as the White Castle. I was like, I think I'm gonna walk over here and get some White Castle. And I go in there, and there's a family of 8, and they're like really super hyped. And I'm like, what's going on? And they're like going on, and the son's looking at the dad like, are you excited? And he's like, yeah. He goes, I grew up on this stuff. So then I found out that he grew up in Louisville, but he's been living in Georgia or something for years now. And like they are vacationing or staying up here visiting, and his kids have never had White Castle, and he hasn't had it in years. And so they just ordered a shitload of White Castle, and and I was like, that's so cool. It's like, because my uncle,
it is cool. It's like,
yeah, my uncle was
I was gonna say I've encountered that before, so that's really cool.
Yeah, like my uncle was he lived in Tennessee for a long, long, long time. He was a musician when he was younger. He lived in Texas, he lived in Florida, and I remember him living in Tennessee, but grew up in Louisville. And in Louisville, we had a fish place called Kingfish, and there's really good stuff. And he always craved that. So when he would visit Louisville, he'd have to go to Kingfish and stack up on Kingfish. And when we would visit him in Tennessee, my grandmother would take Kingfish down to him, and also Big Red.
Cool.
Big
I'll
Red.
never forget one time.
Do I have Big Red? Big Red, the drink. Do you have that?
The gum?
It's a soda.
It's like a soda,
like a red,
soft
like
drink.
Red. Yeah.
We do.
Big Red is something we have here. It started in Texas. That's what's so funny. Like Cardi, the guy made 11-45, was surprised that I knew what Big Red was. He goes, "Oh, it's a Texas thing," I've had it my whole life in Louisville, but it's something that he didn't get in Tennessee. So he'd always have to have Big Red and Kingfish when he came here, or if we went down there.
I think it's funny whenever you meet somebody who doesn't know the restaurants that you know.
Yeah. Yeah, and I get it. Like if I moved away here, there would be places like, okay, I gotta have Wick's Pizza. I gotta have, I gotta have this or that. Yeah.
What about Chicago? When you went to Chicago, didn't you have Portillo's?
Portillo's, yeah. And I'm going.
Yeah, I'm like, fuck, man, I love that place.
Well, I'm happy that Indianapolis has one. So like the last time I was in Indianapolis, I went there.
And now I have no reason to go.
And Brenda was like looking at Facebook, and there's a big, huge toy store up there, like one of those, like one I saw in Fort Lauderdale, where it's like just massive. And they have all the state. I have to show you if you ever think about going to Indianapolis, because I was like, oh, that's like that place in Fort Lauderdale that was really fucking amazing. Just this huge toy place.
I'm looking it up now because I'm curious.
And
is it called the Toy Pit?
I think so. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Toy Pit.
Yeah.
And I said, and Brenda said, oh, maybe that might be something Lily would like to look at. And I'm like, yeah, we could take a day trip up to, Indianapolis. It's only like an hour and a half away, 2 hours. And,
is it really?
Yeah. And I said, well, we could just do that. And then I said, you know what that means? Portillo.
Dude.
Which we had some, we had Italian beef sandwiches the other day. There's a place in Louisville called Lonnie's Best Taste of Chicago, and I'd never been there. I guess it's been there a while. There's a lot of celebrity stuff on the walls, and it's just this old black couple who sell same stuff that Portillo's had: the sausages and the hot dogs, Chicago dogs, and the Italian beef and the tamales. The way Portillo's had that was one thing. The Portillo's in Indianapolis didn't have the fucking tamales. I really like the tamales too, but
I've never had those.
But I got they're really good. But I got a Italian beef sandwich. But we had, I think I mentioned it on the post. But she was like, she looked at my wife. My wife has these really big blue eyes that really jump out. Like, they just really stand out. And the woman, she goes, "Where'd you get them eyes from?" And she's like, "Well, I don't know." She goes, "What color are they?" It's like, "Well, blue." And she just kept talking about her eyes. It's like she's making a mistake. She goes, "I'm getting distracted by them eyes." And then she handed us her number, and she goes, "And when you go call for that number and you go over and get your food, don't be looking at my husband with them eyes." She was so fun.
Is that where you guys went the other day?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Like,
saw
it
your
was-
sandwich.
It was our anniversary. Yeah, it was our anniversary. I got the sausage and Italian beef combo with the peppers, and it was good. So because there was another place in Louisville that had them, and they shut down like a year ago, and I was like, "Fuck, I need another place to get Italian beef sandwiches here in Louisville." And I looked it up, saw that place, and so we finally. Every time we'd be out there, they close at a certain time on the weekends, and so she was off. She goes, "You want to go to that Lonnie's place?" So, hell yeah. So I'll be back.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
But yeah, I'm. Sometime we're gonna go up to this toy store place.
Yeah.
And get some Portillo's.
3.5 hour drive for me is the closest Portillo's, and I'm tempted to do that next time I got a nothing to do on a weekend. That'd be worth the trip, honestly. There's no place around here, as far as I know, to get a Chicago style hot dog. Did you ever hear of the band The Urge?
No.
Oh, real? Oh, damn. Okay. They did a song in the mid '90s called "It's Getting Hectic, It's Getting Wild." Anyway, they're St. Louis based, and the lead singer, his name's Steve. He's got a hot dog restaurant I've been meaning to try, and he's got all kinds of different hot dogs, including a supposed Chicago dog. So that's definitely a place I need to check out. Me and my buddies, every other Thursday, we meet up and do a different restaurant, and so we're still trying to find the best burger, and I'm still trying to find Italian beef worth eating in St. Louis because I haven't found that yet. But I do want to go to Steve's Dogs and at some point, because first of all, I listened to his music in high school, so that'd be cool.
Yeah.
He's got a Star Wars themed one called the Stormtrooper, so got to try that, right?
I remember I had a hot dog out in L.A. at the Cinemarama Dome or whatever, the one that's in like once upon a time in Hollywood, the theater. That's where I saw the Halloween 2018 premiere.
Oh yeah.
And it was like there's like a store or mall connected to it, or like not a big mall, but like little stores. And this guy had a hot dog stand vendor guy, like just on a cart, and he gave me a Chicago, or not Chicago, it was like Los Angeles hot dog, I guess is what but it was wrapped in bacon.
Oh.
Like,
oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, it was good. We had hot dogs tonight for dinner.
Yeah, I like making hot dogs. I on my griddle because they're crispier.
Yeah,
and they're really good that way. But I can never, like, I use onions, the sport pepper, but I can never like recreate the taste that we get from Portillo's. And Portillo's is a chain in Chicago. There are smaller places. There's a place that I would go to every time we go to Wizard World up there called Chickies, which is gone now. And it was just a walk-in place downtown Chicago, no place to sit. They did have a bar that was like that big right by the window, because what they would do is they'd
stand there, right?
Yeah, and you have to stand there, but they'd make 2 hot dogs, put it in a wrapper, put the fries on top, and wrap that shit up. And it was impossible to try to eat all that. But I loved it. They had some of the best hot dog fry combo ever. Chickies, rest in peace. But I definitely need to get some Portillo's. I'll go for a 3.5 hour drive for that.
Yeah, I'd be happy for it. Yeah. Unfortunately, Whorehound isn't in Indianapolis anymore, so there's not a yearly round up there. But and they have I think they have a few Chicago things. I think there's one of the deep dish pizza places in Indianapolis now too. What are the big ones? Like, isn't like Gino's East? I don't think it's Gino's East. I think it's the other one. I think it's Giardelli's or something like that. Giordano's, yeah. It's Giordano's. I think they have that in Indianapolis now.
Really?
Yeah.
I know Indianapolis adopted a couple of places that were from other cities, because there was a place.
Well, they're only 2 hours away from Chicago, I think.
Yeah, something along those lines. But there was even a place that's a Pittsburgh-known place called Primanti Brothers. Something like that, because I ate there. That's closed now, from what I understand. Pandemic.
It's like a sandwich place, right?
It was a sandwich place. Oh my God, they were the best sandwich. I mean, I just got a turkey club, my favorite sandwich of all time, best one I've ever had in my life. And meanwhile, me and Jared went. Jared got this big ass pastrami sandwich that like I couldn't believe the size of the sandwich Jared got. It was insane.
Is that the one that puts fries on their sandwiches?
That's the one that Jared got. Yeah.
Yeah, we went there.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah, we
didn't
went
like
there.
it that much.
That was the year that I met you actually at when they had the horror hound in that big ass hotel. The first
Yeah.
year they moved it. That's when Jared and I went, because the next year that was when it was in the convention center in 2019. Good time though. I'm gonna miss that they're not gonna be doing indie anymore.
I mean, that's what I heard. I don't know
Yeah.
for sure, but that's what I'm hearing, that they're just going to be doing Cincinnati.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen people ask to no answer about indie, so I'm like, oh, that's.
Yeah.
I mean, they're pretty decently about answering questions on their Facebook page. So.
Yeah, I mean, they did. People kept asking when they were going to come back to Columbus. Well, I remember they only did one show in Columbus, and that was the Women of Horror show that I did. That's one.
Well, maybe we just need to have Nate back on the show again. Seth just messaged me, by the way.
I was like, all right.
I don't know. He said, "Oh shit." that was his message to me. So
I forgot it was Sunday.
Yeah. Well, I forgot. My kids go to school tomorrow, so like I was telling my kids, get ready for bed. And they're like, why? I'm like, you got school tomorrow. And they're like, no, we don't. I'm like, oh yeah. Never mind. Enjoy playing video games till midnight. So anyway, well, maybe we should start. We've been talking about everything.
Yeah.
It's a good time though. I always like talking about other stuff.
Yeah. If anybody's still with us,
are you
craving White Castles right now?
I know, right? I went there 2 weeks ago with Reynolds, but it's like when Helena stays the night at her friend's house or her grandma and grandpa's house, Reynolds and I either do one of two things. We either go get a steak because he's been big in steak lately, or we go to White Castle late at night. And so we were gaming that night, and he just looks at me and goes, White Castle? I'm like, absolutely.
I'd have rather had that the other night. We went to last night we went to it's our 21st anniversary, and
congratulations
happy
anniversary.
And we went to some fancy steak and seafood place downtown, and it was a nice place, but she got a steak and I got a sea bass, and it was good, but you get the bill and you're like,
was it this good?
I could have had White Castles for the next 2 weeks for this price, and been much happier.
Yeah.
and she finally did. It's like she said this morning, she goes, I have a confession. I'm like, what? She goes, that food we had at that place the other day was a lot better than this. We went to this place. It's next to that Lonnie's place. It's called Senora Arepa. It's Venezuela food, and it's arepas. I don't know if you ever had an arepa. But it's kind of like imagine it's like a taco or like a pocket sandwich, but it's like made out of mesa, so it's kind of a cornbread kind of taste to it.
Is it fried?
It's fried, yeah. It's like a cornbread, and you stuff it with stuff. So one I got had chicken and onions and cheese or whatever, and I had like sweet potato fries. An arepa, Arepa.
That sounds like something I've had before, but I think that was called something else. But
I first had one. There was a food truck here near Simpsonville. They had like all these food trucks, and they had this one food truck had them, and I'm like, I've never had one of those. I tried. I'm like, fuck, that was good because I love cornbread, and I usually can't have cornbread, but they don't use milk and eggs or shit in it. So, but yeah, it's expensive, but it's like. Some plantains and some sweet potato fries, and it was really good. So she's like, yeah, I think we probably would have eaten there instead. It would have been better. I was like, yeah. I was like, I get it. You want to go to these fancy places, and sometimes it is different. Like, I mean, a steak at a really nice steak. She didn't like her steak as much. She gave me a couple pieces. I'm like, it's pretty good, but at the same time, it's like $60-$70 for a steak versus I could have and it was small. It wasn't like we weren't even full after we ate.
That's
And
the worst.
yeah, and I thought we just paid more for this than we've ever spent on a meal, and I'm still hungry. And I had like a plate of asparagus because of my allergies. I can't really have a lot of different things. So she got this thing of macaroni and cheese that was delicious, but I can't have that. So I had like asparagus. She doesn't like asparagus, so it's like sides for 2 people. So I'm like, I got 2 people's portions of asparagus because that's all I could have on the menu, the sides. And then I got sea bass without the sauces and all that because it's all.
Mm-hmm.
It was still good. It was still delicious, but it was a small piece of sea bass. So like, I just spent a shitload of money and I'm hungry. and then and it wasn't like, oh my God, this is incredible. And all we had was water. We didn't even drink or anything. We had water and spent a fortune. And I thought, and then we went to a comedy club. We saw Brian Callen last night, and he was fucking hilarious. I could tell this joke. There was one guy that opened for him who works for OVW, and he was talking about video games, and he was talking about like when he's talking about being married for a long time and know how to please his wife sexually because he's been with her for like 20 years. He goes, I would hate to date because every time you had to figure out how to work somebody, like how to. He goes, it's like a video game, like playing Mortal Kombat. Like you have to know how to finish her. He goes, so you're going down on her, right? And she's just like going like, and you're going, double punch. He's doing all these combinations to figure out how to finish her. And she just. He goes, do I uppercut her? Do I rip her spine out? And I thought it was funny. And there was funny stuff. But yeah, of course it's a club, so we didn't get the food. But I was like, we probably could have got a burger at the club. Comedy club would have been better than that.
Jeez,
and cheaper.
That's rough, man.
Yeah, so she said this morning, like, all right, next year we're gonna go somewhere where we know we like the food. Like,
right.
Thank you. Because every time I go to a nice place, I mean, again, there's been exceptions. There's been some places where you spend a lot of money, you're like, oh, that was fucking delicious. That was great. That was the best steak I ever had, or that was the best this I ever had. But usually I usually end up going, oh man, I would have rather had a fucking pizza. You know, and it's like, I get it. It's nice. The atmosphere is nice. But at the same time, it's like, I'm not, you know, it wasn't that romantic or anything. You know, it wasn't that amazing to where, and you know, sometimes the atmosphere to me
it didn't blow you away like you thought maybe it should.
Yeah, like it's just like I say I always feel that way when we go to these places because it's like you're paying for the atmosphere and experience. The food sometimes is good, sometimes it's just like I'd rather have a burger, you know. I'd rather have something that I really love, and so it was funny that she admitted that this because she usually like okay. She goes, I'm sorry. I'm like, no. You know, you don't have to apologize. You didn't make it. You didn't make the prices. But, you know, I said, I'd rather gone back to Senora Ripa at another Ripa. And, you know, but, you know, again, it's your anniversary. You think, well, I got to go to these nice, fancy, romantic settings. And it's like, yeah, but we've been married for 21 years. It's like, it's not like a date. It is a date, but it's not a date. You know, like, well, I don't know. I said, I know we both like food and we don't, it's like, I want to eat something good that we're going to feel like, and, you know, and we're full after we eat it.
Have you guys not found a place that's like your place to go?
Oh, we have our places, but like, there's no, with my bullshit allergies, it's so hard to find anything. That's the part. Like we were like, well, can we go here? She's always got to say, well, look at their menu. Does anything on there look like you can have or you would want? And I'm like, everything on here I want, I can't have. You know, or like it's usually like, well, I can have a steak and broccoli. You know, like if they leave the butter off of it. Yeah, it's always like that. And you know, like even like last night, the woman's like, oh, here's our bread and our butter. Oh, you can't have this. So I'm like, okay. So I sit there and watch her eat bread and butter and then it's like, is there any room for dessert? Oh, yeah, there's no desserts that you have that I can have. So I said, she's like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm like, this is what I deal with everywhere. No one has a fucking dessert that doesn't have milk in it. So yeah, that's what always sucks with restaurants. Like I can have like one or two things on the menu because we love Italian. Like Italian was like our obsession. Like we had Italian places we used to go to for all these things because we loved Italian. And I mean, I can have Italian, but they have to specialize it, and usually it's like I can't have all the cheesy stuff and all that. And I used to love Alfredo and carbonara and all that stuff.
Those are my favorites. Yeah, carbonara great, especially.
Yeah, and I can't have it anymore.
Oh my god,
and
that sucks. Man.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes you tell the chef, and the chef's like, "I'm gonna hook you." Like, there's one guy, like her birthday. There's an Italian place we used to love, and she wanted to go there for her birthday. I was like, "Yeah, go out. It's your birthday. You go eat what you want to eat." So, but the chef came out and he's like, "What you got?" He's like, "I'm gonna make you something, right? I'm gonna make you something because he was made me like a blackened chicken thing." And he goes, "I only make this specialty, but I'm gonna make it tonight for you." And he made it. And it's fucking great. And so every once in a while you get that. But those fancy places like that, the chef ain't gonna come out here and talk to me and say, "Yeah, I'll make you something." No. Even on the menu it says there are no substitutes. You can't change it. This is our menu. And so with the sea bass, I was like, well, they just left off the sauce that they cover it in or whatever.
Hey, I don't like places like that.
Yeah. So with me, it's like it sucks because I
know for you for sure. I mean, I shouldn't bitch, but I'm kind of picky about some things. I don't know. As far as I know, I don't have any food allergies. I will say, if I eat too many eggs, I will get an upset stomach. If you get what I'm saying. So I don't think I have any kind of allergies just yet.
Well, knock on wood, they come. They don't come.
Well, I mean, the older I get, the more weird things that keep happening, though.
Well, that's how it was. It hit me when I was 43, 44.
I'll be 44 soon. Yeah, like I never had sinus issues. Now they hit me like a ton of bricks. I can't. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I'm starting to notice. No food allergies yet, but I'm starting to stay away from certain foods because of what they do to my stomach. So
yeah,
I'm like Seth, who can't have anything spicy, which I feel bad for because I love spicy stuff.
Yeah, look, I can still do that. I can do spicy, not have a problem. But they don't like spicy stuff. So there's like a lot of things that I like that they don't, and there's things that they love that I can't have. So it just depends. And it really sucks when you go out of town because you want to try the local cuisine,
right?
There's part of me is like, God, when I finally go to New York, I'm not gonna be able to have a piece of New York pizza.
No.
Like I'll never be able to try that. I'll never be able to try the. You see, like, oh, this is a local dish, and you look at it, and you go, oh my God, and I'll never have that.
Yeah, that's why you gotta not watch the Food Network when they have those shows about like going out to like different restaurants. I mean, there's a place, I think it's Nashville, that has like I can go there, but I'm just saying, like, I know that some people don't like hot food, but all they do is Nashville
hot chicken.
Food. Yeah, it's like, who was it? It was a friend of mine. We were talking about going to Nashville just to do that, and he's like, but I don't like spicy stuff. I'm like, why do you want to go then? Like he watches these things all the time, and it's
I have had that. That's
it good?
Yeah, like well, there's a place in Louisville called Joella's, which is it's like a chain. I don't know how many locations they have, but I can have their chicken. Like it's not, doesn't have the allergens. And it's one of my favorite places to eat. It's really fucking good. But when we were in Nashville, we went to one of the authentic, like, little hole in the wall places that's like where it kind of started and had it.
Oh, that means if you go to Philly, you can't have a cheesesteak either.
Yeah, can't do that. I used to love cheesesteak. There's a place when I went to Austin. Nate Hanneman from Horror Hounds like, oh, you gotta go to Gus's Chicken. He goes, when I was down there, they had it like fried chicken place, and when we went down there, Brenda wanted to go, and they said, oh yeah, we've got egg or milk or whatever in the batter. So I just sat there and watched her eat it. So, and she's like, it's okay, but now we have one here. They opened it in Louisville, so
Yeah.
and they still haven't been to it. But she goes, I've got to go there. It's like, yeah, okay. And then we had another hot chicken place called Royals that was good, but it closed because it never had any business. But it was pretty good. But yeah, I like Nashville hot chicken.
Yeah, I do too. I like just hot stuff in general. The good thing is Helena is getting a taste for it. Like when we were out yesterday, we got where we go? Freddy's. You ever been to Freddy's?
Oh yeah.
So yeah, so she just got a burger and a couple like a week. When was that? Tuesday or Wednesday? She and I went to Qdoba because she likes to get the tacos there, and she stole some packets of Cholula, the hot sauce, and she put it on her burger. She's like, I love this stuff. I mean, it's not that spicy, but still, like when I was 10, I wasn't touching a jalapeno. Now I can go for it. So
yeah, it's like the Italian beef with the hot peppers.
Oh my god, that's good stuff. Like I'm curious to see what she can do, how far she can go, with hot stuff.
I know with hot wings sometimes, I think I was at BW3s, and I couldn't have the medium because they have milk in it or something, or they put, I think they put milk in the medium sauce, so I could only have the hot sauce. And I have hot wings at other places, but for some reason BW3s, I remember last time we were there, I've eaten them, and I'm like starting to cry. Like, oh shit!
Really?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
And I was like, it can't be that hot because they're just hot. It's just.
And now you're talking about Buffalo Wild Wings, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We call it something different up here.
What do you call it there?
Just B-dubs.
B-dubs.
Yeah.
I don't know what they call it here. I mean, we've had them for maybe 25 years or so. But
oh, really? We've only had them for a few. They're relatively about 10 years, maybe.
What sucks is we have a place that opened right at the end of my street down here called Wings and Rings. I don't know if y'all have that.
No.
And it's a wing place
with onion rings.
Onion rings, yeah.
Oh,
and I can't fucking have onion rings anymore.
Oh,
another thing. I love onion rings.
I love onion rings.
Like the blooming onions,
Yeah.
Oh God, love them. Can't have them anymore. But yeah, they have these wings, but I don't like them. They're like the big ones, and they're not. I just don't think they're that good, and they like the boneless ones, but I can't have the boneless ones because of the allergens. But they do have a fucking great burger, so I get a good burger. That's one of the best burgers around. So, but I'm like, I got a wings place right in walking distance, and I don't like them. And it's the only place
I can that close. You can walk to it.
I can walk to it, like be there in 4 minutes, 5 minutes. Yeah, it's just right. Like they just built it like a year or two ago. Right down here, and there's a really cool bagel and coffee shop they built next to it called Bigby, and they're really good. There's their breakfast sandwiches, like they make the bagel, and I've never had one, but they put cream cheese on it. I can't have cream cheese now, but I would have tried it then.
What will it do if you have that?
It makes my throat scratchy, and I don't know if it would, but worst case scenario, like close up my throat. I don't think I have that. I don't think I have that extreme of an allergy. When I got diagnosed with it, he said it's like a minor, like a 20% thing. So it's not like, oh, I'm going to die if I have it. But usually worst happens, like I'll be like, I'll be doing that for like 20, 30 minutes.
Oh, really?
And I'll have to take like Benadryl or something.
I was going to say, does that like any of the medicine work for it?
Sometimes I do that. If we're going out to eat, I'll take some allergy medicine before we go, just in case. Even sometimes still, like last night, I was having a little bit of a reaction, and they were making my food for me without anything. But like, well, they could have maybe forgotten and pour butter on the asparagus, or
No.
who knows? Or sometimes I'll do it like though. Oh, when we went to that arepa, I got the plantains, and I've never had plantains with sauce and cheese thrown on it, but they did, and I'm like, I told them I can't have cheese, and so the waitress came over and so I goes, oh, so she had to go get more plantains for me. But I was like, I've never had plantains with cheese drizzled and thrown on top of it. I
That
guess
sounds kind of weird.
it's good. Yeah, I don't know why that would. Why would you have that on? But it's Venezuelan, so maybe it's
You're right. Yeah.
Which my wife kept going. Is it like your queso? Is it like Mexican? I'm like, Brenda, it's not Mexico. It's it's Venezuela. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. It's like, don't embarrass me by asking this. Is the queso like Mexican?
Does it taste like Mexican? Oh God.
That's a different country.
Queso is
It's my daughter's lifeline.
oh, my kids are, oh God. Yeah, it's every time there's this Mexican joint we go to called Tres Caminos. It's right down the road. Not like that chicken place to you, but they have, and they know people order the quesos like a bowl of it, because the Mexican places put out the chips and salsa generally. And their salsa is really great, but the kids got to get that queso. It's like $3 a bowl of queso.
God, I wish it was $3 a bowl here, and it's
Dude,
crazy.
Is it more expensive?
It's so expensive, yeah. They get it, and I'm like, why is our bill so high?
Oh, it's the goddamn queso.
Y'all gotta get the fucking queso. Because I'm like, because I get like the cheapest. Like, well, there's we have tons of Mexican places here because we have like, we're near all the horse farms and horse stuff. So, a lot of Mexican people here and a lot of Mexican restaurants. And good thing is it's all authentic Mexican stuff constantly. You got at least 10 different Mexican restaurants in our small town.
That's cool.
And there's like, oh, you go here for the tacos and you go here for this.
Right.
And my favorite is this place called Marimba that has tamales. It's the best tamales I've ever had, pork tamales. And that's my go-to. I can get 3 of those, big, thick pork tamales for like $8, and that's what I'll get. I'll get that, and then they'll get like their things, and it's usually like $14 for that. And then they get their queso, which is like $10, and I'm like, my shit was $8. Why am I spending $60 on dinner?
That's insane. Yeah.
I was like, because you have fucking queso, and I said, just get them to drizzle queso on your meal or something, But yeah, if you watch that Wicked Ones movie that I co-wrote. The little girl in there.
With Jason Crow, is that who is in it?
Yeah, Jason Crow and Morgan Riley's in it, who was in that Ted Bundy movie that Zac Efron did. She played
Extremely Wicked, and
she was in that. She's in my new movie, and she's in Wicked Ones, and she plays the daughter in there. And when I wrote that part, I wrote it based on Lily, and so there's a scene where she just talked about, I need queso, and then so you got queso, and I think I had a line where she's, because Lily would get it all over herself, and it would be like she's just, messy, and we're supposed to share it, and she's like, you want queso? And I think I had the guy say, I like my queso with less hepatitis A in it or B or something, hepatitis in it, because she's putting her fingers in it.
Right.
And so that's my daughter in that movie. That's what inspired that scene. Yeah, she just had it yesterday. She stayed home while we were out.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want for dinner? Mexican? Well, of course. That's her name for everything. Always she wants.
No,
Mexican.
really?
Yeah, I want Mexican. Like she texted me Friday, right before I picked her up from school. I want Mexican tonight. I'm like, well, it's our anniversary today. Can we choose what to eat for dinner? But yeah, she said I want Mexican. I was like, all right, what do you want? Queso. That's of course. She just said, what is it? She gets at Polo con arroz or whatever. It's like rice and chicken and cheese sauce. That's what she goes to. But again, I get the tamales and I like them. But some places I don't like them. But so I get those. Yeah, I'm like, what about the free salsa? They don't like salsa. They don't like, unless it's like mild, like it does not spicy at all.
Yeah, they're missing out. Salsa's good, man. And the best part about restaurants like that, they make it all different. So it's never the same, in each restaurant,
Yeah, there's a place in Frankfurt. The girl I was in Jekyll and Hyde with told me about this. She goes, "That's my favorite place in Frankfurt to eat." And she goes, "The queso is incredible." Not the queso, the salsa. And I tried. I was like, "Holy shit!" But they're not into it, so they didn't eat it. So I'm like, "All right, it's all mine."
Yeah, my brother-in-law and I actually we like to get he's got 2 kids, I got 2 kids, and we like to get together, go to that Tres Caminos, and it's just me and him. Well, and Helena now, but me and him got the salsa while all the kids are eating the damn queso. It's like, no, me and you just eat all the salsa. That's fine. And the best part is, they'll bring 2 big bowls of that salsa with the chips. We run out of chips way before we run out of salsa at that place. It's great.
Yeah, if I could have the queso, I'd be having the queso too.
Yeah,
I do miss queso,
man.
Yeah,
that's like I don't know if I could live without carbonara. That's like one of my favorite things. I actually make that here.
And they have like vegan, Alfredo sauce and stuff, but it's just like it's made out of cashews. And
really?
Yeah, that's what they make it out of, and it's like
interesting.
No, this is. But I did fish for dinner. Vegan cheese doesn't usually melt very well. You don't get like liquidy kind of cheese, and it's like I miss liquidy, like the cheesesteak. We made cheesesteaks last week, and I was like, man, I wish I had like a cheesy.
You just made steak as for you.
No, actually, I found at Walmart they had. Daya makes a cheese sauce that you can buy, like packets, like kind of like the Velveeta shells of cheese. It's kind of like the back of that. So that's what it reminds me of. And it's like, I hope this is good. But I've adapted to Daya. Like I used to, like I first became like allergic to everything. Like vegan cheese. But now it's like my tastes have changed. So I bought some of it and I put it on. We made cheese bakes, and I put it on there with some. I had the onions and peppers and all that, and I was like, "Damn, this ain't too bad." And I had tonight on my chili dog, so I threw it on some of that.
There you go. You found something.
Yeah.
Now you got me wanting to make some food.
So it's kind of it's in that cheese whiz zone. They have Alfredo apparently, but it's probably not good. But maybe I'll try it. But there was a place.
Give it a shot.
Talking about Georgia. In Peachtree, in Fayetteville, which is not too far from it. That's where they're building that huge film studio. It's going to be the biggest studio in the country. But there's a little place there that the actors and people eat and all that. There's all these it's like a little mall of restaurants and shops and things. And it was a little place, and they had a vegan Alfredo mac and cheese thing or something that I ordered. It had bacon in it and all that, and it tasted like carbonara, and it was fucking vegan, and I could not stop eating it. I was like, I want another fucking bowl of that. And I was like, next time we go down there, we're going there. But the thing is, I think it's one of those alternating, like rotating menus, so it's not always on the menu.
Oh, that would suck to go down there. It's not there.
I know. I was like, I just want to go ask, how did you make this?
What's the recipe here? Come on.
Yeah, because it tastes like carbonara or Alfredo that I remember. And I didn't think I'd ever taste anything like that again, because usually vegan cheese does not taste that way. And I was amazed by it. Like my brother-in-law was like, man, you must have liked it. Like I'm about to steal Lily's.
I don't get this ever. So
yeah. Lily, I got the same thing, and I was like, I'm about to steal Lily's from her.
Eyeing her stuff, like, are you gonna finish that or not?
That.
I've been there before. We just went somewhere the other day. The mall. We went to Charlie's. The sandwich place.
Yeah. It's cheesesteak place.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and Reynolds loves that place. So we went there, and Helena got chicken California, which is just chicken and ranch, something like that. And she's like just messing around, like, "Are you gonna finish that?" And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, I just want to make sure. She's like, I'm going as fast as I can. I was like, it's not that. I want to eat it. And she's like, I'm finishing it. It's like, I shouldn't have said that. I played my card too fast. Anyway, yeah. Oh man, I'm hungry.
Yeah, I need to go to bed before I eat.
Yeah.
I did. I guess we had the hot dogs, but like I went to Whole Foods and I usually drop in there to get stuff that I can have, and I was bummed out they don't have their donuts anymore that were vegan.
Yeah, I saw you post something about that.
Yeah, they were so good. Like they'd come with either like vanilla cream, like or chocolate or maple, and Brendan Lilly loved them too. So sucks because I'd get like those. We'd had those for breakfast like on Sunday morning or whatever, and but they don't have them. But I got a coffee cake that was vegan. I've been eating on. It's good. And then I love cornbread, but usually you can't have cornbread. And they have a cornbread that's delicious. Even Brenda was like, "Damn, that's a good cornbread." I guess so I got like a big old. I'm trying not to eat it all because I'm watching my weight, but I got this big square of cornbread. So I was like, all right, I have a little piece there.
Even The Rock has cheat days. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to not, gain more. I'm kind of hovering at this 202, 205 area. And I kind of need to like just give myself another week or two to just go strict and get down to like 195 because I don't want to be over 200 anymore. And so if I get down to 195 and I have my cheat days, I won't go over 200 because usually if I gain anything, it's like 2 or 3 pounds, and then I just do my walking and my diet again, and then I'm good.
Yeah, I've been saying for a couple of weeks now that I want to get back because in 2022, I don't know if you remember that, I lost like 50 pounds myself. And I was feeling great, looking great. But like I'd like to do that again because I've been going through depression for the last since me and that girl that I was dating that used to watch the show broke up. Not because of her, but a lot of stuff was going on. My dad died. I found out he wasn't my dad. All that stuff. So I went through a lot of problems, and I just went back to my poor diet, and I finally feel like I'm ready to start, not eating as much salt and cutting sugar out like I did back in 2022, and eating more lean products like turkey and stuff like that, and walking again. Because walking was like one of the big I don't think people realize how much walking can actually do for you.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I know like people are like, oh, I'm gonna get to running. Well, okay, enjoy. But walking can do a lot of the same as running. Like I found that out in 2022 because I was walking 3 miles a day, maybe something like that, and the weight was just along with my diet just coming off.
I walk at least 3 miles a day, and I basically maintain, but I eat and snack all day long. So, but I'm able to pretty much stay the same. But yeah, when I was losing it, I was walking 5 miles a day. Loved walking, couldn't wait. I get up and go walk, and listen to music or practicing my lines for the play, or thinking about a drawing, thinking about this tattoo, and whatever my brain was going on. And then just following the diet, like you just find those things that are low calorie that you like, and you say, all right, I'm full, I'm good, I'll eat this and that. For dinner I eat whatever I want, and then I was losing 3 to 5 pounds a week, and
that's exactly what it is. Like when I was like, I ate like a half a turkey sandwich on a croissant almost every day, and that was with some soup. It's usually like a chicken and some rice type of chicken wild rice soup with some vegetables in it. I'd eat that, drink water. I'd have Powerade Zero.
That Progresso soup, chicken rice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been having. It's good, and it's like
good.
100. It's like 160 calories.
I know, it's delicious too.
It's like holy shit.
How can that be that good?
Yeah.
What I'm thinking. But yeah, that was like what I was doing like every day. The turkey sandwich, and then every now and again I'd eat make burgers with the kids, but I'd use turkey.
Yeah.
Or make spaghetti and use turkey. No, I still had the bun. I had
The
to.
bun?
I had to. Yeah.
I get these keto buns that are really good. That
Well,
50 calories.
The other thing is like I would use tortillas a lot.
Oh,
For other things too.
I've done that too. The
Yeah,
low carb tortilla, or
mhm, yeah, or wheat, and they're wheat tortillas. Yeah. It's just I know what to do. I was talking to my doctor the other day actually about this. I was like, I know what to do. I just gotta do it. I need something needs to trigger me to get back to doing it because like I think about it constantly and I just can't get off my ass to do it. It's like once I do, I'm in. You know what I mean? Like, and the best part is now the weather's starting to finally fucking break, and that's the prime for me to start, walking again. Because, and one of the things that I like about walking in my area, we don't have sidewalks, which I hate, but we do have the steepest hills in the area. So it's like there are a lot of them. Like whenever I'm getting close to the end, they're straight up like almost like this up the hill, and so they challenge. I got really strong legs, oddly enough, from when I played football and stuff. I used to squat a lot, the squat press.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I can still feel the burn in my legs, and it's like, okay, at least I know I've still got some muscle going on down there,
Yeah.
But yeah, I do too. I enjoy the walking. Like I go out there and you'd be surprised. I think people don't realize, like you can walk. I can walk 3 miles in about 35 minutes, if that. Maybe 35, 40 minutes, and that's like not that big of a portion of the day. You know?
It'd take me like maybe an hour and 15 minutes to walk 5 miles.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that's not a lot of your day, and it has a significant and there's so many opportunities to walk. Park the car further away at the grocery store or whatever, or take the long way over. Like today, or somebody like, well, I'll go do that, or like at the grocery store. Brandon's like, well, I'll go get this. Like, I'll go get it. And it's more steps. It's like I just get more steps. I have a counter on my phone, and I follow what I'm doing. And
that's one of my biggest problems with this job is it's ass sitting all day long, and I hate it.
Which is easy being an artist and fucking filmmaker.
Right. Well, so when I worked at Home Depot, I had that giant store, and what I would take every now and again, I would take 15 minutes and do 2 laps around the store, but not just like around. I go up and down the aisles for 15 minutes, and I would do that 3 times a day. Probably wasn't supposed to. I probably it was supposed to be doing my job, but that helped a lot too. Because then there were days that I wouldn't be able to walk because it was so fucking hot. Because it's humid as hell out here.
Yeah.
And there's some days I'm like, I can't do it today. So I just walk at Home Depot. And now this job, and plus besides that, with Home Depot, any given day I could walk 15,000 steps. Here, let me look at Friday, because I'm almost certain I didn't even crack like 1,000.
It's funny with it being winter and trying to walk. Still like I've told you I've been playing that NBA 2K23.
Yeah,
I play it standing up, and I walk in place, and when it's like someone shooting free throws or someone calls a timeout, I just walk around the house and come back while they're doing that. And then it's like so I'm getting like 2 miles in for playing like 1 or 2 ball games. And
I got 5,000 steps on Friday. We went to the mall that day.
Yeah, I got 5 miles a day. We went to the mall and I went grocery shopping and cleaned the house up.
Yeah, but I like the majority of my day at work is sitting on my ass.
Yeah, that's why I try to. When I was really at it, it was the first thing I would do. I'd get up and walk. Still cool outside and quiet.
I understand. For me, I just got to get freaking motivated to do it.
Yeah.
Because I really want to. I thought about like all the things I'd like to do this summer. I'm like, I'd like to be thinner than I am right now to do that. Because I've noticed like some of my T-shirts that I love to wear, they're getting a little tight on me.
Yeah.
You
start catching that profile on the windows. Oh, boop.
I
get it all here in my belly.
I saw myself in the mirror. I walk by. I'm like, whoa, is that what I look like right now? Oof.
I think that's what
for me. Weight drops fast for me, so Seth is here.
You gonna jump in?
No,
Son of a bitch! You said you saw Myers. What
he's
to part
probably,
4?
he's probably surprised that we're still going.
It's almost hour 4.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to go check on my kid. Yeah, it's always fun talking though, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
That's
I got a shitload of work to do tomorrow. I got I all this work started. I had a big job drop on me last week, and I had to work on it, and then put the other things on hold, and then just over the weekend, and like the people I did that for, like, you got room for 2 more things? Like, okay. And then like someone's like, hey, you got to do a drawing for me, and then I went to get a check from another client, and he's like, I got 3 more things. And then it's just like, I'm trying to get back to what I was doing, you know. So yeah.
Right.
But I just gotta get back to it. Just get up in the morning and start going, and then try to exercise and try to
fit it all in.
Yeah, that's why. Like, why don't you sleep? Like, because I got always shit to do. I got like 4 hours of sleep, and then when I'm not sleeping, I'm just going and going and going. Like today, I've been restless, and then right before the show, I was like falling asleep. I gotta do a podcast, and here it is, 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm still up.
Right. Yeah, I know. There's been times that, like, with Seth and I did a show on Wednesday, and it was Child's Play the remake, and I was about to fall out, and then I got done, and I'm like, I'm wide awake now. Like, like I am wide awake. Like I was like, I'm gonna go to bed after the show. I'm gonna get to bed early, like a decent time, because I'm the same way. I like nighttime's the best time for me to get anything done when it comes to like comic writing or whatever it is I'm doing, like getting posts ready for tomorrow for the Horror Syndicate's March Madness thing. The nighttime's the best time for me. So.
Yeah, that's just
I'm a night owl anyway.
It's a very common artist thing. We're just night owls.
Is that what it is? I mean, technically, I'm an artist.
Yeah, you are. If you're a writer, you're an artist. And it is. I think it's because the world's sleeping and you're still up, and it's quiet, and there's no distractions, and you could just focus. And then, I think. I mean, I can get up and start going, but sometimes it's like I need to do other things before I sit down and work. There's a procrastination, but it's like once you start into it, you're like, okay, I'm locked in.
Yeah. I'm the same way. Like I had to write some of this comic script today, for instance, and I was like, in my head, I dropped Lane off at her grandparents' house. I was like, okay, when I get back, I'm getting on that script, and I didn't. I procrastinated. I ate lunch with Reynolds, and then while we were eating lunch, we were watching X-Men First Class, and I got into that, and I'm like, I need to write that script, like I ended up doing what I needed to do, but it's like, it took me forever to get there. But when I got there, I was like, yeah.
You're into it. Like, yeah, I was putting off sound design on work on the film, and I don't want to do this. I want to do this. And then finally I put it on, and I'm starting to do it. And like 2 minutes into it, I'm like, yeah, this is good. He's like, and like, I don't want to stop. I got to go to fucking UPS.
Right. Yeah.
And yeah.
There's been times like when the kids are gone, staying the night, I'll start writing. I'm like, okay, I need to get work on this comic, and I'll start writing the comic, and like from page 1, I'm talking about, and by the end of the night, I'm on page 22. Like, holy shit, it's 4 a.m, but I'm almost done. Let's keep going. It's insane, like how that happens.
You just get on that rhythm where it's just coming and coming, and if you stop, you're gonna I'm gonna forget it. I gotta get it out.
I won't be able. It may not be able to get in this. It's
like I have atrocious handwriting. It's because my brain is working so fast that I can't write. I have to get it down.
Because your mind moves faster than your hand.
Yeah.
That's how it is for me. Because my hand, somebody told me I should be a doctor the other day at work.
It's the same thing.
I'm like, yeah,
I didn't know you were a doctor.
Yeah.
Well, it's like it's like I'm co-directing that play. I could say that now because it was announced, but like in December, and so I've been meeting with her and going over like my notes on my script, and like same thing. I'm right, and I'm like, I don't even know what I just wrote there. I don't know what that is. She goes, I don't know either. I was like,
You're right.
It'll come back to me.
That's one of the things. My boss has this thing. It's really cool. I can't remember what it's called, but it's something. It's digital where you can write stuff down and it'll convert it to text. It's so fucking cool. It's it's like the size of a piece of paper. It's like $600 though. I really want it though because first of all, I tested it to see if it could read my handwriting because sometimes I can't, just like you're saying. Like I'd be right because I write all my scripts by hand first, and then I put them on the computer. And there are times I'm like, what the fuck am I writing? What is this? Like I can't. Is that an R? What is that word? Like, and I have to like read the sentence back to me to try to figure out what that word may be. So, but this thing is amazing because I did that and it came up exactly with what I wrote. I'm blown away by that. I can't remember what it's called. It's something I think every writer probably needs because I like handwriting more than I like typing.
I used to, but because I used to write in notebooks when I was doing my comics or
Yeah,
some of the films. But now with the phone, usually my process with writing, at least the last couple of times I've written scripts, has been I just write on my notes on my phone, my brainstorming stuff, the ideas, write that down. And like the last script I did, I just did that for like 4 months of just thoughts and notes. And I had this long list. I'm like, all right. And then you catch that eureka moment where you're like, that's it. But I used to write everything by hand. But now I take the notes and then I figure it out what I'm going to do. I mean, I think it's all different. It's like sometimes it's very structured, I've gotten more structured now that I've learned more about proper writing and how to write and structure and what works and doesn't. All these books I've read on writing. But a lot of times it is where it's just like, I think Seth said he does it that way. And I know Tarantino's talked about it where it's just writing itself. Like it's just coming and you're just transcribing it. Like this is what the characters are saying and this is what they're going to do. And I don't even know what they're going to say next. I don't know what they're going to do or where it's going to go. And, it's like that story Tarantino had where I think it was Robert Forster was telling the story. Like he's supposed to have lunch with Quentin. And Quentin called him up and said, I hate to do this, but I got to cancel. He's like, oh, is everything all right? He goes, yeah, I'm just writing a new script and I'm really excited. I want to know where it's going to go. Like, I don't know where it's going to go. Like, so he because it's all just coming out of his head. Like, he said, that's all I do is the conversations happen. I don't know what they're going to say or where it's going to go. And I definitely written like that before. Where it's just like it just keeps coming and coming and coming, and and then you can go back and say, "Oh, cut that out or change it. I don't need that." The editing process, but a lot of it is just getting it out.
Yeah, and then that's why I like handwriting so much because you get it out, and then that's when I actually edit is when I am typing it out. So yeah I get that.
As I said, I usually write in a notebook, get one of those composition books or something, and just write it out that way. But
you should see how many notebooks I have floating around this house. The other day I was going through. So you guys have been going through stuff. I was going through some stuff the other day, and I found a shoebox full of notebooks, and I started looking through this. I was like, oh my God, I forgot about these stories. None of them have been put on Dropbox. In my Dropbox file where I keep all my stuff, and I'm like. There are like 6 or 7 different stories in these notebooks that I totally forgot about that I'm like, I have got to get these on the goddamn computer so I don't forget about them again. I think they're from like 2002 or 2003. Probably awful, but like just, going through and seeing, because I date everything. Every page I write on, I write the exact date. So I know when it is, because if I ever stumble on something like this, I'll know when I did it because I like to. That's kind of anal, actually. But, I like to know the exact dates of things. I don't know. That might be another artist thing. I don't know.
List making part of it.
Yeah, I love making a list. It's been a while too. I was thinking about doing a list of my top, like I think there are over 20 now, but my top 20 live action Batman costumes, because I haven't done one since Pattinson's costume, and Michael Keaton's from The Flash actually. So I was like, maybe I should do that. Because the other thing is, I came across, Facebook memories of when Pattinson's costume was leaked. Remember the motorcycle bike and all that stuff? I came across my post and saw all the people talking about it, and I was like, I don't understand this look. But like looking back now, I'm like, I fucking love that suit. Like at first I did not, but now I've come to love it like a lot.
It might be my favorite one. I really still love the Batman Begins one, but I think the Pattinson's was badass. Yeah, I really like that look. I didn't like Ben Affleck's look. Did you say Affleck's in the Flash?
No, that was one of the worst suits actually.
I hated that. That look.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, I don't understand that look. First of all, the BVS suit is in my opinion phenomenal. So why not just use that for the short scene he's in? Instead of whatever this is.
Yeah, some of the Ben Affleck costumes I didn't. But yeah, the first one was really cool. The other ones, I'm like, I don't like that at all.
That one and his armored suit in BVS are top notch in my opinion.
Really kind of the Frank Miller.
Kind of the Frank Miller, yeah. But the one in Justice League was okay.
I mean, all of that in Batman versus Superman is Frank Miller. I mean, he looks like the Dark Knight Returns. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, the symbol is fat bats, so just like Dark Knight Returns. Yeah. But I think I'm gonna do that though, because never been a big fan of the Christian Bale Dark Knight suit. I love the Batman Begins suit though.
A lollipop head.
Yeah.
I don't like the way he looks in the sequels.
No, the armor is just too much for me. But I think I might do that. But nothing's worse than let's face it, nothing's
Schumacher
worse than, well, the one I'm gonna say is the Clooney ice suit with the silver highlights or whatever. It's like, what is this?
Yeah.
Like I like Kilmer's suits.
We need to sell more toys.
Right. That's exactly what it is. But I didn't mind his Clooney's first suit as much. But I really love Val Kilmer's, especially the second suit, the sonar suit. But yeah, I think I'm gonna do it because me and Seth talked about all the Superman suits and the new. Like I was like, maybe I need to do a Batman.
I did like the Batman. I did like the Batman in the future, but he's got the trench coat and all that. The Ben.
Oh yeah, that's another Affleck suit. Yeah, the Nightmare Batman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that suit too. It makes no sense, but I do like it.
Yeah.
Why is he ditching the cape for like maybe it's tactical or something, I don't know. But I don't know. Maybe I'll do because I could add that too. There are probably more than 20 bat suits now that I think about it. Yep, I'm gonna make a list. Thanks for that. All right, let's close this out. This was fun, Nate. Just bullshitting. I had fun. And we did talk about The Crow for a little bit.
Yep, for about 2 hours.
Yeah, and then next week we're in Bay of Blood. So it's on Shudder if you don't have it on Blu-ray. Seth, don't forget about Bay of Blood if you're still watching. It's after midnight.
Yeah,
Jesus.
It's 1:15 here.
Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. That's right. You're an hour ahead of me. All right. Well, I gotta work in the morning, so. Anyway, it was fun talking to you, and we'll be back next Sunday with if anybody stays this long. Mario Bava's 1971 classic "Twitch of the Death Nerve." Way better title than Bay of Blood. Even Bay of Blood makes sense.
Yeah, Bay of Blood's generic.
Yeah, no, Twitch of the Death Nerve.
It's a proper giallo name.
100%. It's like the bird with the crystal plumage, or the black belly of the tarantula, or whatever, Yeah, we're gonna do more giallos, and we got to figure out when our next commentary is gonna be on. and win. And then, of course, Jared's show, and then my show. There's a lot of stuff we got going on this year. I'm excited. So anyway, Nate, it was fun talking to you, man.
Too.
Have a good night, and we'll if anybody's here. It says 2 people are watching, so see you next week.
Later.
See ya.